Hey Fexi, hey Defnut. What's going on, my friends? Hey Kaylee. Good morning, everyone. I think I lost Justinian by logging out last night. We have to go get him again. Good morning, Sylph. How are you? Hey Jamin, hey Vriska. Good morning. Good morning, Azor. What's going on, buddy? Hey Leith, good morning. Vacation starts today. That's awesome. I hope you have an amazing vacation. Hey, Regadwa. Oh, he's spaced out. How's everyone doing this morning? Good morning, Elia. Hope everyone had an excellent Thursday evening and a great Friday so far. Moving into an amazing weekend. Hey, Josher. Any tears yesterday? Nope. Yesterday was a low emotion day. Uyonje and Thancred discussed some existential sadness, but it was more philosophical than anything else. How are the kitties? The kitties are cute. Jade and Penelope. Let's see. Maybe you guys want a little sneak peek for being here early. That was Jade, my daughter Gwendolyn. Yeah, they're super fluffy kitties. Any kitten story for us? Alright, I've got a kitten story for you. Penelope apparently had never seen her shadow before, and every time she saw it under one of our lights, she would chase it. There was a light behind her, so her shadow was cast on the floor in front of her, and she chased it all the way into a wall. It was so funny. Oh, cats. Willow, good morning. I wished I'd been taking video because the first time I saw her chasing her shadow, I'm like, what is she chasing? Her tail's not even there. Nope, she's chasing her shadow. What's the name of the cat? The two new kitties are Penelope and Jade. My daughters are much older than when they named our first two cats, which were named Lucy and Rosie. And my oldest daughter's moved a little bit past the anime phase she was in when she named Natsu. Never know what Shadow will get up to. I know Shadow is spooky. You prepare for live letter? Yeah, live letter is starting at the exact same time, right? You guys will have to keep me updated on anything that isn't a spoiler, especially about Dragoon or Astrologian. Name my cat's cat in different languages. How many languages are you knowing? Mr. Maniac, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. 1 hour to live letter. Very nice. Watch it muted while following Robin's adventure. That's cool. Yeah, makes complete sense to me. If you don't know Japanese, you can just read the translations. I mean, I know that some folks will want to watch the live letter, and that of course doesn't bother me in the least. Maybe when the live letter starts, how long does it last? I don't want to make people choose, but I also do want to do a skew. I could maybe do a roulette or two during it if it's an hour, but if it's like 4 hours, then I'm just going to play the game and y'all just have to make your own decision. A couple hours, then I'm just going to play. And you can watch the VOD if you want. Miss Cass, good morning. 2 screens, 2 streams. Very nice. That's good. Can't be trusted with decisions. This one has no stakes, so you'll be fine. More water. Chat's gonna have formal light party. It's true. We've got 4 cats now. The girls are very happy with their new kitties. Stormy Cardinal, thank you so much for the 2 months. I really appreciate the support. I'm glad you're still enjoying the stream. It's gonna be good. I just have a cough sometimes. Good morning, Asmalia. How did the older cats react to the new ones? Fairly well, I would say. There was no fighting. There was no hissing or yowling. More like reserved and bemused, I would say. No affection either, but they just kind of stayed back and looked. Azur, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate it, my friend. Thank you so much. Vendi, good morning. I'm waking up a little bit and drinking some water. We'll get going here in a moment. Homeless dude. Already in Thavner? Yeah, we arrived in Thavner yesterday. I'm supposed to be taking Estinian on a little tour of Radzat-Han, but the middle of it got interrupted yesterday when the cats arrived, so I went and watched the girls play with the kitties, and then we had dinner. The local decent restaurant, actually quite a good one, had oysters as its special yesterday, so I went and got some nice carry-out meals for me and the girls to celebrate their acquisition of kitties. It was a nice evening. Ainsley had lamb, Gwendolyn had steak, and I had oysters. But it did mean that Estinian had abandoned me. Estinian was extraordinarily upset that I left him in the middle of our walking date and he came back here to pout. Morning, Uncertain. Understandable, of course it's understandable. If I had done that to, you know, a real person on a date, that'd be it. It's over. That's a horrible thing to do to somebody. But since he's just a video game character, I prioritized my daughters and their cats over him. He's real. Look at him just looking at me. Morning, Casper. Yeah, Miss Kaz, you're probably right. I must go. Hey, Netro, good morning. Broken 10 seconds. I know, easy come, easy go. Those are apples for you. Hey, Rui. 0Q is Rui. Alright, I'll remember. Who would win, Batman versus Estinian? Estinian would win, of course. Batman is just a person, you know? A guy with money and gadgets. He can't stardiver. And that's not to Batman's fault, of course, right? Like, it's not his fault he doesn't have superpowers, it's just that he doesn't have superpowers. Estinian does. It's actually to his credit that he's trying to do good things in the world with what he's got. Estinian knows nothing about money. That is true. Hey, Jacques in the car. Good morning. Hey, Sariana. The sexual tension is unbearable. We can bear it for a little bit longer. Morning, Simply. You like Endwalker so far? I do like Endwalker so far. It's been kind of a gradual unfolding of things, right? We saw with the reading side of the questline that they're up to something. They don't want to say what it is. It involves survival. It involves stockpiling food. They are not ignoring the upcoming final days. They're doing something. And then we saw over here, hey, they're trying to save their island. They've got a tower. They've got people imprisoned. Save them. They've got struggles and troubles. It is a slow start for sure, but it's kind of a nice unfolding. Good morning, Negrea. Good morning, Mortal. Is today a 24-hour stream? I don't know. I think that's probably unwise to do because I have keys tomorrow. Saturday at 1 p.m. So in 25 hours I have to do keys. I think an 18-hour stream is more likely than 24. Good morning, Darkwiz. Hey, Jen, good morning. How are the kitties? The kitties are settled in. Jade and Penelope are super fuzzy, super cute little cats. They seem to be relatively settled in with the older cats. No fights or anything yet. And my daughters are ecstatic. Alright. One more picture display for the new people. And then we get going. I could only get a picture of one of the cats. The other one was too busy chasing its shadow to hold still for a picture. This one's Jade, and Jade is kind of calm. Penelope is kind of frenetic. Literally chasing its shadow up into a wall. And there's your fuzzy kitty picture of the day. You look younger than you sound. That is Gwendolyn, my 9-year-old. Jebcat, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it. Not as cute as a bird or a snake. Your 14 stream's been enjoyable. Sorry, Yanni, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Thank you very, very much for the kind words and the support. 4 cats. We have 4 cats. We have 4 cats. Rosie, Lucy, Jade Penelope. My oldest daughter likes Jade best. She was very clear about this because Jade came home and then just snuggled in my 14-year-old's lap the entire time. And she said she might just be scared, but I don't care because she loves me and I love her. My 14-year-old is very aware and unabashedly unashamed of the fact that she wants affection, love, and snuggling from the cats and will trade affection and love for what she needs. She's like, I like the other one too. I like Penelope too, but she's off running and playing and this one's snuggling with me. Morning, Georgie. Hey, Persea. You have way more than 4 cats, if you ask me. Oh my. Ravana, thank you so much for the sub. Hey, Cryhard. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. All right, it's been 14 minutes of stalling and talking, hanging out, which is always fun. But now it's time to go on a date with a Stinian. Found your bearings, have you? Let's get going to Megaduda. No name, thank you very much for the sub. It's my good friend, Fifan. Stall more? No, that's enough stalling. Hey, Mew. Hey, Pasea. It was raining for a while. I guess it kind of stopped. One is more of an umbrella and less of a parasol. That's good. Oh, that's cute. You can make it sitting and do the jump puzzle? I haven't done any of the jump puzzles. I know Fraga's been enjoying the heck out of the jump puzzles, but I haven't done any of them. Can't stay up with you. I live on the other side of the world and I'm getting married tomorrow. Cry hard, congratulations. That's awesome. I hope you have a fantastic wedding. Congratulations. Ah, yes. I know about this portal. It leads to a nearby isle, the treasure vault of one of Razatan's wealthiest families. They took the god of luck for their guardian, on account of which they occasionally open up a section of their vaults for aspiring treasure hunters to try their own luck, or so they say. There are also coffers hidden across the land that act as portals. Find one, and you gain access to the vault. Something to bear in mind in case you exhaust your funds while on the road. 'Tis a troublesome experience, as I can personally attest. It's an elephant with a hat. Do you have anything super fun planned for after your wedding? An awesome honeymoon, perhaps? A vacation? This is a reference to how treasure maps can take you to Thavner. I don't know what treasure maps are. I guess I'd have to learn about it later. I missed yesterday. What tier of fish ending are we getting? I am a 1 of 3 enjoyer myself. Hello, my friends. Heading to Megaduda, are you? In that case, please follow this hallway to my right and go through the door at the top of the steps. You'll emerge at the entrance to the airship landing where another sentry should be on hand to assist you. Incidentally, if you ascend the steps to either side of me, you'll find the workshops of Ruveida Fibers. Though you're free to observe the artisans, take care to not lose your way. Okay, that's fine. Ataranal, thank you so much for the 26 months, my friend. I really appreciate the ongoing support. Hanging out for a long time we have. Hope you're having a good morning. Live Letters Live, very nice, my friends. Be sure to tell me about Astrologian or Dragoon stuff. Favnarian weave. Hard to imagine more vibrant stuff. I dare say Imeric would be partial to the gold thread. And the blue, of course. He loves his blue. That's true. I've never put much thought into what I wear. A spare set of clothing is usually all I carry, and if that isn't enough, I can always obtain something locally. Never seen anyone get more than 1 of 3. Some people in chat were talking about their 2 or 3 of 3. One person was honest enough to say, I got 3 of 3 on my 3rd playthrough. It's tricky. It's tricky for sure. They're trying to trick you with those. Didn't know you could fail them? Alright, alright. There's a flex and a half. You got baited by the second one just like me. Yeah, the second one I got baited by because it seemed like we were trying to convince her not to eat, and that seemed wrong. The third one was more of like a 50-50, I think. Unless he remembered that he had preserved fish, in which case it makes even more sense to have him suggest that instead of you suggesting fresh. Go watch the live letter. I'm right here, my friend. You can see what I'm doing. If you are here for an airship, I'm afraid all flights have been suspended until further notice. So the state of alert is still in effect. Perhaps it's for the best. That aside, we're not here for airship. We have business at Megaduda. Oh, in that case, permit me to direct you. From here, it's quite simple, really. Ascend these steps and then continue straight ahead and across the bridge. You cannot miss it. The live letter will have spoilers. I know. They may not warn you, but all of you do, my friend. I was told several hundred times yesterday, do not watch the live letter. I will be streaming my MSQ instead. It is all under control. But I do want to know about any Dragoon or Astrologian things that are discussed. I'm sure you guys will also be willing to tell me about it. Or White Mage? I mean, what could they possibly change about White Mage? I remember passing by here with Varshan. The situation being as it was, he regretted not being able to show us the sights. Life has yet to return to normal here, but when it does, you ought to pay another visit. Though the city's confusing, the food is quite good. I'm partial to Hamsa myself. The meat's surprisingly tender and flavorful. See? He eats these things. And we ride them. Oh my goodness. Hi Jealous, good morning. Buff White Mage. Does it need it? I don't know. I don't think so. Just a little shit. I mean, everyone's entitled to advocate for buffs for their classes. After all, my main game is World of Warcraft, where warlocks complain incessantly the entire testing period long about how completely worthless and unviable their class is, and then comfortably dominate the meters by 20% for the rest of the patch. Squawk, squawk. I'm not joking either. Even our warlocks, whom I love dearly, spent the entirety. We do like DPS tests and things like that during a testing period, in order to try to figure out what's going to be good for the upcoming raid in different scenarios. The warlocks are like, this is impossible to play. It's terrible. We get no benefit from our set bonuses. You're not going to play any warlocks. Maybe one for gate. We don't do any damage. They're all on Twitter. You got to buff warlock. You got to buff warlock. And then you get what we got right now, which is warlocks 20% ahead on single target and AoE of every other spec in the game. So yeah, let's buff White Mage. I can't blame you for that. Alright. Imagine if they added mouse over and macro spell queue. I mean, they should do that. I would love to know if they had talked about any UI improvements, considering that they have now acknowledged that their base UI has some flaws that were addressed for some people by plugins. And one of the ways that they could combat plugin use would be to make it baseline for all of their users, including console users. UI could be an awesome focus of this. I would love that. Megaduda Tendant. WoW's mouse over doesn't use a spell queue. WoW does not penalize anyone for using macros. Everything spell queues, including macros. Well, all spells spell queue. Items don't spell queue in WoW. Potions and trinkets don't spell queue. But they don't penalize people who want a mouse over heal by making them not spell queue. You can change your spell queue window. That is true. Yeah. Greetings and welcome to Megaduda. May I inquire after your business? Devs should whitelist them add-ons. I actually agree with that. I think the better approach is to say this kind of plugin is okay and this kind isn't. It's no worse than a rule that says no third-party help, right? And you can... WoW's done it successfully for years, right? Some add-ons are okay, some aren't, and if they aren't okay, WoW breaks them. Makes them so they don't work. They control the API. We are members of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, come at the invitation of His Excellency. Ah, of course. We've been expecting you. I will show you into the audience chamber, if you would please follow me. Strong disagree? That's fair. Yeah, I mean, I would also be okay with them just implementing the ones that I consider mandatory. The problem is that a lot of other people have another list that they consider mandatory. Mouse over healing is unnatural? Oh man, of course. I love mouse over healing. It just reduces the spam clicking you have to do. It reduces the APM, right? Because you can just, instead of clicking after putting your mouse over a target, you just don't. Plus, this game makes a clicking sound every time I target someone, so it's...
Are we the last to arrive? I hope we've not kept you waiting.
Not at all. Your comrade is feeling better, I trust.
Much better, thank you. Harness remedies are certainly potent, in more ways than one.
One becomes accustomed to the taste, although I hope you never have cause to do so. Pray, take your ease.
Full glad I am to see you all unharmed.
Valiant scions, for your heroism, you have my boundless gratitude.
That's done. You just gave me a little beep beep.
You cast down that dire tower and set free its hapless captives. You cleanse their souls of its corrupting influence.
Yep, we are
No
heroes.
words of thanks will suffice. In place of platitudes, I offer a bounty of warding scales. Pray accept your due reward, along with the goodwill of Radzatan.
Alchemists
all the
throughout the
skills you're
land
using.
were put to work in the forging of your talismans. The finished ones have been collected, and now await you at the High Crucible of Alchemia.
Bashiel, thank you for the 2 months. I'm so grateful that you're still enjoying it.
Present this letter when you are ready to take them into your possession.
He's got fancy horns.
We are humbled by your generosity. Know that the inventive wisdom of Radzat Han will be vital in restoring serenity to our star.
Every single one of those scales came from you, didn't they? You must still be in such pain.
Oh, there it is. Wow. Owie.
'Tis of no moment, a mere annoyance compared to the dreadful suffering inflicted upon this land and its people.
That is true, right? Who wouldn't be willing to have some scrapes and bruises to save that many people? And yet, owie, still admirable. A lot of people wouldn't be willing to suffer pain for others.
Albeit brief, my involvement in the Dragonsong War afforded me a glimpse of the myriad sorrows which consumed both dragon and man.
Yeah, me too.
Though you were half a world away, such tragedies as befell your kin must have affected you deeply. And yet, you chose to live among men.
In the age when that conflict first bloomed, my choice had already been made. In some distant place, man slew dragon, and dragon slaughtered man. Yet no hate could I muster for those smiling faces which did look to me for guidance. Not even my brother's righteous rage could rally me to his cause. I huddled here, secret and still, hoping against hope that which I had built would remain untouched by the chaos and carnage.
Twould seem we share the same desire for peace, great Vritra. To that end, I wonder if we might trouble you with another question.
Some of them pretend the R is like an I, and some of them pronounce it. Y'shtola says Vritra, but most of them say Vitra.
The Telophoroi are intent on recreating the final days, an apocalyptic event which we know to predate the sundering of the star. As the longest lived among us, know you aught of this terrible cataclysm?
This is important.
Nay. When war and strife drove my sire from his home, he crossed the great expanse with only our unhatched eggs as company. He alighted upon a shattered source, its 13 reflections long since scattered beyond the rift. Of events preceding his arrival, he knoweth naught, save that which Hydralin hath deigned to disclose.
I see. So again, 'tis the
I was looking
inscrutable
closely in case he
Hydaelyn
told me
to
anything
whom we
new,
must
but
look
we
for
knew all of
answers.
that from our friend Midgard some more. Final Fantasy's been great. Themes of expansions, resulting discussions. Made my first appointment with therapy today. Leps, congratulations, and I hope that it goes well. I'm glad that you have been enjoying the community in the game. So have I. I think it's an awesome community. We knew already from several discussions that Midgard Sormar came here from another star, bearing his brood with him, fleeing some ancient war between dragons and an as yet unknown race that used fighting machines like Omega. The aliens.
Seek you to divine the will of this star? If so, I have a tale which may afford you some small comfort.
Okay, I love stories.
'Tis a story from my youth, many, many years ago. To my sire, I once posed the question, of all the stars in the sky, why didst thou settle upon this one?
It's a good question.
To which Midgardsormr did reply, 'twas the last bastion of hope. He believed so long as Hydaelyn endured, so too might dragonkind. Solemn and portentous were his words. What deeper meaning they held, I could not, dared not pursue. 'Tis a stone I've left unturned ever since. Yet take you solace in the knowledge that whatsoever Hydaelyn does strive towards, 'tis an ideal which hath earned my sire's conviction.
That is worth something. A very old and wise entity.
Thank you, Vritra. You've given us warm reassurance in a world gripped by cold uncertainty.
Midi's still taking a little nap after saving us from Omega's attempt to kill us.
While I'm sure we all have a great many questions, I think it's time we collect the talismans and be on our way. Our fight against the Telophoroi is far from finished.
We must take our leave, but please do inform us if we can provide any further assistance.
What a cute little curtsy.
Prithee, a moment.
Barely.
There is one whom my sire hath judged worthy of honor and respect. The one known to men as Eorzea's champion. This hero of renown and rumor, 'tis thee.
Well, yeah. It's not a big deal, but yeah, that's me. It would be cool if we could talk to him right now.
I know of his clash with Omega, and the long slumber which was his price.
Is this the unique dialogue, my friends, from having done Omega? Pet the mods who have guided us on this journey and unlocked this dialogue.
Yet even closed in sleep, my father's eyes are far from blind. He is watching over thee, watching over this world. 'Twas a revelation most pleasing that thou, a child of man, had gained Midgardsormr's trust. But alongside mine elation runneth a rivulet of dread. For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, weal enmeshed with woe.
Yeah.
Amidst this tangled knot thou shalt know no rest. 'Tis an endless confluence of forces, a struggle without surcease.
I don't know. I feel like in I'm gonna say 5 more days that I'll get a little bit of a break.
More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence.
Oh, man. Oh, my... Alright, yes. Are you watching? Why is he doing this to me? Yes, many of my friends have died.
Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation. The hope thou wilt need come the end.
Take heart and protect these ones well, unlike all of the ones you have failed before.
Even cowering behind my curtain, I know the suffering of the powerful. I have watched my siblings driven mad by loss. Thus do I exhort thee to spare no effort to keep thy loved ones safe.
Robin, we thought you were behind us.
Ah, apologies. We hadn't meant to interrupt.
It's just that we do have a history of suddenly collapsing, and when you didn't follow us out...
'Tis I who must apologize. I have detained your champion overlong with idle chatter.
More likely, that's their polite way of saying, oh my god, is Robin lost again? Somebody's got to go back and lead him. Who's gonna go? You go.
Go. At war's end, I pray I welcome thee back into my hall, where together with thy joyful comrades, you may toast your triumph.
He's really emphasizing the don't let anyone die thing. God, it's making me feel so much like dread and anxiety. I'm not gonna lie. That's like 3 times he said, don't let your friends die. Hey, I bet when you get back here, you'll be here with all of your friends. Stop it. Stop it with the anxiety. What are you saying? Oh no. Maybe I should restart from ARR and get the fish right. I'm so scared. I missed a couple people. Hesteludium, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate the support. Oh, that was a really good scene. I enjoyed that. So, what were you and Vitra talking about? Nothing? Very well, if you say so. The others have gone ahead to the High Crucible. Let's catch up to them. The attendant was kind enough to give me directions to the High Crucible. First, let's return to the mulberry orchard. Not watching live letter? I'm not watching live letter because I'm concerned about the possibility of spoilers. I will watch the next one. Stream response were ignored. I'm not actually. Am I? I don't think I am. Hey, Fifan. I will be watching the next live letter, but not this one. I need you guys to tell me all about Dragoon and Astrologian changes. And somehow I have every confidence that you will. Why is he playing Summoner? Because my Dragoon is level 84, which means that if I don't, you know, spread the MSQ XP around a little bit, he's gonna cap at 90, and then these ones will be too far behind to continue, and I'll have wasted some free XP. From here, we're supposed to follow the path left and past the mulberries. Asked to become a warlock? I mean, since they changed summoner, they do have room for a dog class. Like, who are you so wise in the way of science? I've been known to min a max or two, and to max a min every now and then. Where the street turns, enter the door, straight ahead, then descend the steps. I thought the Crystarium was confusing, but it doesn't compare to Radzat-Han. The architecture and decorations make it even harder to get your bearings. Anyway, let's see where the door takes us. Yeah, I don't know if there will be job changes announced, but I'm quite confident that if anything is announced that anyone thinks is even slightly or tangentially related to anything I'm doing, I can count on chat to let me know about it. It was like the day when about 100 people popped in chat over the course of the day, letting me know that an astrologian had solo healed BSR, as if to rub salt in my wounds. I'm confident that I don't need to worry about anything going by without being commented on by someone in chat. Here is the Aetheryte Plaza. So far so good, and there isn't much further to go. From here, we just need to cross to the other side of the hall, then pass through the larger of two doors. The High Crucible lies beyond. I suspect the others have already collected the warding skills. Come, let us join them. White Mage Heath. Yeah, Roger constantly talking about me playing Right Mage. Meanwhile, I'm gonna actually play White Mage. I can't wait for him to be like, I notice we're getting one less buff when I call Big Damn. I wonder if maybe you shouldn't auto-play Astrologian instead. Guys, I see something sparkly up here. Hello, my friends. What kind of party are we having here? Thank you very much for ensuring that I don't mess up. Wow, they announced it in chat. Starting soon, join us as we stream Letter from the Producer live, part 61. Part 61. LXXI 61. Dang. According to the message on the basis, Aetheryte has been... Yeah, alright, you got me. What was this sparkling for? That was pretty funny. And I got distracted by the message from in the game about watching the live letter and didn't even realize that they were laughing at me because they had baited me to clicking an Aetheryte that's disabled. Yeah, sorry guys, 71. Crystal's important, crystal's important. There's no one behind the counter here. How can you forget your age? You mean 23? Listen, if Y'shtola is 32, I'm definitely younger than Y'shtola. We're last, of course, but at least we found the place. Oh, music.
These are the talismans we were promised.
Yes, and I made a quick count. There are far more than we could have hoped for.
Very generous. This will help a lot.
Enough to outfit an entire company of soldiers, in fact. Considering the involved process, that they were able to manufacture so many in such a short span of time is nothing short of a miracle.
Once we have distributed them to our allies in Eorzea and the Far East, we'll have a fighting chance to bring down the other spires, just as we did with the Tower of Zot.
Pog.
Or we could use them to invade Garlemald proper, and strike directly at the Telophoroid's base of operations.
Hell yes! Omega Pog! I like this plan. Tear down that regime. It's evil.
Of course, we would need to consult with various Alliance leaders before such a drastic measure could even be contemplated.
Alright.
To which end, I could set out forthwith and present the idea to each of our allies in person.
Yeah, we need a coalition.
Pray allow me to undertake some few of those journeys. I find myself restless and in need of purposeful duties.
I can head eastward. Bosnia and Dalmasca are just a short hop from here. And Doma's shinobi network should come in handy for passing on the word.
We shall share the burden then. Meanwhile, I think it best that you and the others take the talismans back to the Baldessian Annex. We must keep them safe and secure until we've decided upon a course of action.
I'm a little bit worried about taking them to Charlian. Some people there don't like us.
Please, I must speak with you.
Yes?
Nidana, you're awake.
Yes. When I spoke with the carer at my bedside, she told me that one of the scions, a young woman, had cleansed me of the tower's corruption.
No, it's Alice and her piggy.
It seems I'd been asleep ever since the treatment. But when I awoke and learned you were all still here, I knew I had to come.
As you said, Nidana was captured only recently. Such a brief exposure is swiftly cured, so I tended to her before we gathered at Megaduta.
Good work. I'm not criticizing. I think it's good.
And I am truly grateful that you did. I cannot thank you enough. All of you, for everything you've done. Destroying the tower, rescuing our people. You saved Havnir from an awful fate.
Hey. Pats on the back all around, my friends. We did good. And he's like, I do not
Yet who
care
has
for
truly
praise.
saved whom? Due in no small part to thine inspirational courage, the alchemists were successful in reproducing warding scales of proven efficacy. Replications of thy work now stand ready to travel across the seas, unto the hands of those who might wield them against this rising evil.
The talisman? Is this true?
Yep, you did good work too.
Oh, I was so groggy from sleep. I didn't even think to ask. Oh, our great work sent across the seas. It was worth it. Oh, it was all worth it.
Aww.
Look at that! Its color is completely changed.
That's true. I forgot about the magical flower.
What do you have there?
We have a special empathy flower
How unusual. I wonder if the effect is a reaction to Akasha.
Akasha?
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that term.
Me either.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
You imply that it is distinct from ether?
Foreign scholars often conflate the two, but we see them as separate concepts. Ether is an energy which permeates the land. It exists within animals, objects, even the air we breathe, affecting all through which it flows. Akasha, on the other hand, exists in a domain beyond our reach. A gift bestowed from on high, or torn from the heavens in some traditions. Akasha can neither be created nor destroyed. It is beyond our power to purposefully alter or manipulate. The only thing observed to influence it is an abundance of, I want to say, spiritual emotion. As a veteran of the battlefield, surely you've experienced moments of desperation or exaltation when you've transcended the usual limits of your capabilities.
Yeah, I've cast Limit Break a time or two.
That is a manifestation of Akasha, the invisible essence harnessed by heart, mind, and unyielding spirit.
I really must hear more about this theory. Our disciplines are based entirely upon the idea that ether is the fundamental form of all energy.
I'm glad my haphazard explanation has piqued your interest. But even for us, Akasha is a somewhat abstract field of study. A lack of practical application lends itself poorly to formalized research. Which is why my analysis of your flower can amount to little more than idle speculation. I am sorry.
We heckin' love idle speculation. Ask Orianger.
Nonsense, you have nothing to be sorry for. Your insight is much appreciated.
Shall we depart for Charlian then? I will see to it that the talismans arrive at the Annex.
Okay.
And we will be in touch once our talks are concluded. I suggest you rest while you can. From here onward, sleep is bound to be in short supply.
Oh, it's time for bed. Bow, wave, nod, walk away. The walk away was the coolest part. With Thancred? Wait, what? Sinest 22? Ah, who am I kidding? Veg with Thancred does sound good. Alright. Speak with Kryle at the Baldesian Annex. We have to go back to where they hate us, and we almost got evicted. Oh no, I didn't attune! Man, that's gonna come back to bite me in the butt. Astrologian getting deleted? That's fine. I'm a white mage main. It's good to be back and with the fruit of our labors safely in storage. For now, we have but to wait for others to return from their respective meetings with the Alliance leaders. As Thancred suggested, you should get some rest in the meantime. Ojika Tsunjika. Welcome back, Robin. Kryl has apprised me of your recent accomplishments. What an amazing feat to eliminate a tower and pave the way to deal with the rest. While it isn't much, I've changed your sheets and plumped up your pillow. After all, there's nothing like collapsing in a nice clean bed after completing a major milestone, be it penning a thesis or defeating Deiform entities. So, would you like to take a look at your new and improved lodgings now? Sure. Man, this stuff is haunting me. Thank you for the bread. Deleting all healers. Oh, let's go. They just take the self-healing that tanks automatically do with their regular swings and make it AoE. It's white again.
Take heart and protect them well.
Yes, I get it. People are in danger. Oh.
Good, you're here. You haven't eaten yet, have you?
No, I haven't.
We've bought quite a spread if you're interested. Only the finest dining from the last stand.
Burgers? This is great. A nice meal with my friends. How wonderful. Man, I love her hair. I'm not sure we'd ever seen it. Burger! Let's go. Pickle? Some tea.
Lest you wonder, we invited Estinian as well. But he refused with a rather grim-faced, "No, thank you." I suspect Charlian cuisine is not to his liking.
Oh, I don't know about that. Perhaps our lone
He
wolf
has
just
pizza.
needed some time apart.
They have pizza in Charlian?
What? To perfect his brooding stare?
She has pizza.
Next time, I'll drag him out by the ear, sit him down in front of a Charlian feast, and see that he eats every last bite.
Pizza,
An
little
excellent
cookie
idea.
sandwiches.
Of all people, warriors must take proper meals and rest if they are to maintain a healthy constitution.
That is true.
Poor Estinian, beset on all sides.
He's so happy
Speaking
with
of
his
one's
burger.
physical condition, Mistress Kryl, I hear you recently played literal host to Heidelin herself.
And what an experience that was. Tiring, yes, but no lasting harm done. If anything, I should have liked to speak with her longer. I've not felt a hint of her presence since.
Yeah, we miss our mommy.
Heidelin instructed you to carry that flower, yes?
Yeah. Some kind of signal and guide.
'Twill be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. And then something about seeking joy in darkness, was it? Come to think of it, isn't that what happened with Nidana back in Radzat Han?
The flower did seem to radiate a joyful glow, as if reflecting the elation we all felt. The
Burgers
relief
win.
of a people with renewed hope.
3 burgers, 2 pizza.
Indeed. And in turn, I felt buoyed by that radiance. 'Twas akin to spotting a beacon, and knowing we were on the right path.
How massive are those burgers?
I know
they're
we've
like
not yet triumphed over the
a
Talofa,
slider that you would get in an appetizer
or
of
learned
5 at
the full
Applebee's.
breadth of the Forum's plans.
They're tiny.
But even within the midst of our struggles, we find small moments of joy to sustain us. Rare and hard-won, perhaps, but it is this pursuit of happiness that gives us the strength to carry on day after day.
Cookie!
Hey, that's mine.
To the swift the spoils. Though I recall that levitation spell of yours was quick enough.
Only barely. And even at my best, I'm still too slow to wield it effectively in battle. Mayhap I simply require more practice with this new magic.
You unearthed it from the depths of Numenon, I presume?
Aye, and from a veritable mountain of arcane tomes at that. 'Twas necessary to facilitate my solitary exploration.
What do you know about Applebee's? I've been to Applebee's before.
Or, to put it simply, you used
Not
it to
for
sneak
years,
around the
though.
forbidden archives.
Yes, well, after a fashion. They're tall, you see. The shelves, they're too tall for me. And I could hardly move the library's platforms without attracting attention now, could I?
Mm-hmm. If it's you, it's understandable. No, Thundershrew, I'm not doing any ads, my friend. I'm sorry. It is not me. And if you're getting hit that often, it sounds like one of the things Twitch did. Twitch does some things where certain ad blockers trigger extra ads. I'm fairly certain. Or at least they were doing that a year ago during the ad blocker Twitch war. But yeah, I'm not running the ads. Sounds like you're getting something done. Wow, what a bitch answer. Holy moly. How could you possibly
not
say
that
that after a
ambitious.
nice meal with your friends?
But 'tis pleasant to idle away the hours every once in a while.
Bashiel, thank you so much. That was very generous of you. It's green. Oh my, Karen, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Oh my goodness, it's Xenos. Thank you very, very much. I would say more, but I gotta watch this.
Ah! Enjoying the bracing cold, I see. Do you not own a warm coat or a cloak? Something in fur? Or fashioned from the skins of your enemies? Or... well, never mind that. I come to you once more as the bearer of bad news. Our tower in Thavnir has been toppled, and I need not tell you by whom. Given how many we have at our disposal, the loss of a single spire is hardly fatal to our plans. It does, however, slow the rate at which we siphon ether.
Yeah, we talked about that before. They're trying to siphon ether and they have some kind of dreamer that they're getting
If they
extra
continue
from.
to preoccupy themselves with the towers, then all will be well. But should our foe prove bold enough to strike at us here, then the timing becomes questionable.
Our foe is bold enough. Of that, I can assure you.
Yes, very well then. I suppose I must prepare a proper welcome. Honestly, talk of your nemesis is the only thing you seem to enjoy. Does nothing else spark your interest?
Do you know Xenos at all? No. Nothing sparks his interest except the idea of enjoying once more that thing that he's only enjoyed the one time with me. The man's only had one orgasm in his life, and he's desperate for number 2.
No. All else is equal.
See? See?
Equally tedious, equally disappointing. The world is a tepid bog into which we sink, too weak to thrash as the mud clings to our eyes and fills our throats till we blissfully choke.
See? We all know what he's saying. It's been way too long, and he needs it bad. I know.
But then came the light. Blinding, pure and hot. So very hot. Enough to set my soul aflame. I basked in the afterglow until the void yawned once more.
This wasn't pre-watched.
And then I knew the muck would never claim me again. There was naught for me ahead, so I drew the curtain on all that had come before.
Oh no. Oh, that's so good. That's so funny.
Burn. Burn. Let the whole star burn. I will have my contest. I will reclaim my moment.
That was an extremely effective no.
How wonderful that the emptiness of death has not dissuaded you from committing your life to its pursuit once more. I don't know whether to envy you or pity you.
You question my disinterest, but what of yours? Despite your noisome antics, I sense you take little pleasure in this endeavor.
Noisome antics.
Mercy,
Nice.
my lord. Such pointed barbs from one who barely acknowledges my existence. Nevertheless, you are mistaken. For I do find this part somewhat enjoyable.
Such devastation.
You see, when I was mortal, I would always have the same dream. It was a fragmented thing, disjointed, all the faces incomplete. The setting, too, was unknown to me, so I thought it simply a fantasy of my sleeping mind. Until one day, I realized it was showing me the truth, much as your dream of the final days enlightened you. And soon, very soon, the rest of the world will see the truth of my dream, too. Yes, I think that is something we can both enjoy.
Stars twinkling. All right. Okay. I got an achievement. I guess that was a chapter. Xenos is getting one guide. It's true. He is getting one guide. And he's so bored with him too. I think he thinks that Fandaniel is necessary for him to achieve his goal of once more meeting me in apocalyptic battle. But other than that, just doesn't even like the little shit. There you are. Feeling refreshed, I hope? I was about to make my way to the studium, as it happens. I wanted to try and speak with Scholark Monty and thank him for coming to our rescue in the Rostra. As it turns out, he'd come here to see us following the hearing, only to find that we'd already departed for Thavner. Knowing him, he was probably hoping to chew the cud with his former students. Since we're still waiting for Stola and the others, I thought now the perfect time to pay him a visit. Care to join me? Certainly, Kryle. Then it's settled. The twins will be coming too, assuming Alfino can tear himself away from his new toys. I'll let you rally the troops while I go on ahead to Phenomenon. Considering my recent impropriety, perhaps I should avoid showing my face around the studium for a time. That might be for the best. If the others should return, tell them we will not be long. Okay, let's go talk to Alice. What's Alfie doing? Oh, he's working on a target dummy. Heading out for a stroll, practicing his rotation. The Scholark himself is there. In that case, what are we waiting for? I, too, am eager to see him, though I somewhat dread the thought of visiting the studium. I dare say our notoriety precedes us. Alfino, of all people, worrying over his reputation, and at our alma mater, no less. Well, wonders never cease. You'll understand soon enough. Off we go. Okay, we're going to the studium. Here it is. Phenomenon. While I expect you've made note of it before, one can hardly miss it after all. This is the first time you've been here on official business, correct? While most of the space is taken up by the expansive auditoriums, it also houses numerous laboratories, testing grounds for experimental magics, and a host of administrative offices and so forth. As the center of what would later become the studium, it was established to promote the study of etherological phenomena, hence the name. Though with ether being a fundamental aspect of nature, its scope expanded to include every conceivable facet of life and even the universe itself. And then, in the 432nd year of the 6th Astral Era, Phenomenon was decreed complete, and the studium officially opened as a place of learning. With a long and storied history, it is without question the world's leading authority in etherology, the arcane, the occult, astromancy, and countless other fields, standing proud as Charlie's foremost educational institute. You always did enjoy giving the grand tour to new students. Indeed, I've long since lost track of how many times he's recited the same foppish speech, such as his undying love for his old stamping ground. He was in top form back then, youngest to enter the studium, graduated with highest honors in magical arts and etherology, undisputed champion of the debating chamber. Hold on. You both joined the studium at the same age, yes? And from where I stand, you're equally prodigious scholars. Nice of you to say, but Alfino actually entered half a year before me, nor did I do well enough to graduate with honors, and I am certainly not the studium's most notorious master debater. In all respects have I ever been in his shadow. If nothing else, just remember, this was where the legend of Alphino Leveilleur began. We should expect everyone to be fully aware of our recent escapades. Hopefully we'll be somewhat more welcome here than we were at the last stand. I know better than anyone the adoration the student body has for Alphino, and with a bit of luck it might work to our advantage. Robin wasn't listening to any of that. Well, there's no time like the present. First things first, let's look for Scholar Monty. Other faculty tend to frequent their offices, but unfortunately for us, he's fond of wandering wheresoever his whims take him. Let's split up and ask the students if they've seen him. Nod, nod. Alright, in we go. An excitable student. That was Alphino Leveilleur, wasn't it? The Alphino Leveilleur. He's with his sister, and Master Baldesian's granddaughter. This can only mean one thing. An event of epoch-shattering proportions is fast approaching. Spread the word. Wow, you are indeed very excitable. Oh, sorry, you said you were looking for the scholar, yes? Knowing him, he could be anywhere. But Miss Ali Poe should have a better idea. The guy's name is Pervy. This is a big building. Why do you have an empty aquarium? Miss Aliapo. Are you lost? Wandering off the street, perhaps? Wait, don't tell me. You're a trainee gleaner fresh off the guild ship. I'm right, aren't I? How silly of me, and orientation is in order. Allow me to bid you a warm welcome to Searcher's Meet. Let me start with a question. What is the most important thing you'll find in the studio? That's right, books. And what's the second most important? Everything else. There's a pumpkin on the table. That's what we deal with in Searcher's Meet. Whenever the students or tutors find themselves in need of equipment or materials, they come to us. If we don't have it in our stores, we send the gleaners off to find it. Honestly, you wouldn't believe some of the requests we get. I have Pesa this, tongue of giant toad that. It's enough to make your hair stand on end. Sorry, I'm stretching. Which is possibly what some of our students are trying to accomplish, this being a school of magic and all. As our newest gleaner, you'll have your work cut out for you, but I think you'll find it quite rewarding. Where's the scholar? I beg your pudding? You're not a gleaner? And this was all an elaborate ruse. No, wait. Come to think of it, you never actually claimed to be one in the first place. My mistake. He was here, but now he's not. I did speak with him shortly before you arrived, though. He said he was on his way to Maker's Meet. Go back the way you came in, you'll see it on the opposite side of the entrance. It's a laboratory of sorts, home to many rare and expensive curios, not to mention alarmingly frequent accidents. If you lose your way, follow the blood-curdling screams. In the time it's taken me to tell all this, the scholar has probably already left. Best of luck finding him. I'm a feeling you'll need it. Pudding? Yeah, she said, that's what she said. Beg your pudding, instead of, yeah. This is a big building. Very similar structured room with the desks and the tables, but then a big... It looks like they're cooking soup. And hams. Level-headed student. Yes, the scholar was here a short while ago. He offered me advice on my current research project. Though I spoke at length, I don't recall him mentioning where he was planning to go next. When we parted ways, he went down the corridor, perhaps to one of the auditoriums. Alright, search in the corridor for Monty. We found him! Oh my goodness, and he's talking to the class. Lily, Mizuzu, Help, Rain, Miu, Presea, Elia, Managi, Holly, Grimmy, Nora. And up helping the teacher, we have Netro. Reading a book. Sir, are you aware you have an entire class in here? You're late? I am late to class.
Ah, I remember you.
I pray we have not caught you at an inopportune moment. We wanted to offer our thanks for your kind words in the forum.
They're releasing Savage 1 week after normal. Pog, that's awesome. That's so good. Let's go. No skipping the story to rush into the raid. I actually know what's gonna happen.
Well, I could hardly let that Inquisition go unchallenged. I've always believed that curiosity should be nurtured, not stifled. Thankfully, a majority of my colleagues agreed. A slender majority, aye, but a majority nonetheless.
Had the vote not gone our way, we would be having a very different conversation, if any at all. Though I'd like to think you would have not given up on our cause. I'm told you paid a visit to the Annex afterwards.
Yes, that's right. I was hoping to speak with the grandchildren of my dearly departed friends Galuf and Louisoix in a less dour setting. But it seems I just missed you.
Doer? I've always thought that was pronounced dour.
I still can't believe how much you've grown. If only your grandsires could have seen the way you presented yourselves to the Forum. Why, it fair brought a tear to my own eye.
What a
You
nice
must
old
have
grandpa.
the patience of a saint, putting up with this lot and their antics. Never mind Matoya's prize student. Luckily, I know a thing or two about managing unruly younglings. If you ever need advice, don't hesitate to ask.
Wink. He just winked at us.
If I may, there is a rather more pressing matter we wish to discuss. What can you tell us of this duty that the Forum must fulfill?
Nothing, I'm afraid. Like all humble servants of the Forum, I am sworn to secrecy. Or rather, I couldn't tell you if I tried.
Oh. Is that why that old man choked when he was talking during the forum? Something
Our
prevents him from
duty
talking.
is of the gravest importance. Furthermore, if the particulars were made public, it would incite widespread panic. As such, those entrusted with this duty have been bound by an enchantment, which prevents us from speaking of such matters without the express permission of the Forum.
Yo, that sounds like a prior restraint on free speech, which is a violation of the second most important amendment of the United States Constitution. Thought this was a free country.
How is that even possible?
It's been some time since I last gave a lecture. Please, take a seat.
All right. Time to learn.
We shall begin by reviewing the fundamentals of etherology.
Very good. All right. Taking out my pencil.
The ether, which imbues us with life, can be categorized into 3 forms. 2 are of the incorporeal sort, the soul, and the memory. Can anyone tell me the third?
So you looking at Robin? I guess he doesn't know about Robin yet. I should have. The answer is corporeal.
Not entirely inaccurate, but nor is it the answer I was looking
But Robin's
for.
going to say magic.
That would be corporeal ether.
Having to do with the physical.
This is the form with which the layman
Failed.
is most
Robin would
familiar.
absolutely fail that. He's a dragoon.
Consumed by even the simplest of daily activities, and replenished by the food and drink that sustain us, this form of ether is in constant flux. In contrast, the ether that comprises the soul is rarely subject to dramatic change. The same can be said for memory, as the two are intrinsically linked.
We dealt a lot with soul and memory ether when we were bringing our friends home.
Picture the soul as paper, and memories as words written upon it.
Welcome to the hydrangea.
Now, what would happen if that paper was doused with ink? The same type of ether as comprises the memories.
It would blot out everything that was written.
Precisely. We would be unable to recall the memories, and any activities that depend upon them would be hindered as well. In fact, this exact phenomenon was observed on a vast scale not so long ago.
That's
and what
true.
might that have been?
At the very beginning of ARR, everyone was like, can't remember the Warriors of Light.
The 7th Umbral Calamity. The people of Eorzea vividly recall Bahamut breaking free of the Lesser Moon and raining hellfire down upon the realm. But no one could seem to remember the events that followed immediately afterwards.
Indeed. To this day, we have yet to determine whether it was an unintended consequence or a deliberate act. The enchantment which binds me and the rest of the Forum is based on a similar principle. And yes, it is a contravention of the Sharlayan prohibition against the practice of memory manipulation.
He's talking about the First Amendment.
Only when a new member is inducted and told of our great duty are they subjected to the process. A necessary evil. You have my word that it would never be used to manipulate the populace?
I should hope not. But can this enchantment be dispelled and your memories restored?
If 9/10 of our members give their approval,
9/10?
then the process may be reversed.
Oh my
Then,
goodness.
and only then, would we be able to speak freely to others of our sacred duty. Barring that, we must wait until we return to the ethereal sea.
Authority will never abuse their power. It's so reassuring when
For
authority
there
tells
we
you
will
that.
be purified, the blots upon our souls washed clean.
There it is. Welcome to the
And
hydrangea.
our memories drift apart and dissolve. Rather defeating the purpose, I suppose. But there are those memories that are indelibly etched upon our souls, some believe.
What happens after that?
We are reduced to pure ether, coalesce with that of others, and create souls anew.
That's how I learned it too.
Alternative schools of thought assert souls remain whole and return to the corporeal world, reborn into another form. Both theories have their proponents. Personally, I consider each equally probable. Well, I think that's enough education for today, now that I've given you some food for thought. Or rather, an entire banquet.
Oof. Yeet. Yoink.
I would remind you that although I'm unable to assist you with certain matters, the resources at my disposal may still be of use to you.
Sadu wasn't crazy. Sadu was most assuredly
I'll
crazy.
arrange for you all to be given the run of Phenomenon. Of course, as associate to our alumni and the students of Baldessian, this privilege is extended to you as well, my friend.
Thank you.
Oh, and I suggest you speak with Ki Aliapo. She's
Again.
well known among the artisans of Sharlayan, and her network of contacts may prove useful in your search for knowledge. I wish you all the best in your pursuits, wheresoever they may take you.
And nice, Grandpa. Wait, why is he... What was that? Why is he laughing while he walks away? What the hell? I wish you the best in all of your pursuits wherever they take you. Evil laugh was not the most comforting thing I've ever heard. You've been granted the run of Phenomenon. If your game, Ki Aliapo, would put your artisanry, such as it is, to good use. Alright, hold on, I need to fix something. Let me fix this. So you guys can stop telling when I tab out to Discord to talk to someone. Well, that's given me much to mull over. I feel as though we're one step closer to understanding the Forum's true motives, and the mysteries of life itself for good measure. It's funny, I came here with the intent of expressing my gratitude only to leave more indebted than before. I have a feeling his friendship and support will be a great boon to us in days to come. On that note, let's head back to the annex. Perhaps on the way, you'd better acquaint yourself with Ki Aliapo, as the scholar suggested, while I share our findings with Raha. You read my complaint? Yep, I did. A couple of times during that, I was over on my other monitor, and I noticed you guys noticing. It's fixed now. Alright guys, class is dismissed. Let's go. Alright, we need to go back to the Baldesian Annex. Did Robin go to school? No, Robin did not go to school. Unless you mean right now. Robin just audited a class on etherology and did his very best to keep up, but he was hopelessly lost because he hasn't been to school. Misplaced. Ah, welcome back. From what I hear, your trip to the studio proved most educational. The most important thing we learned, I feel, was that there's an actual spell preventing the members of the Forum from telling us what's going on. We also learned that all we need is to get a 90% super duper uber majority, and then they can undo the enchantment and tell us what's going on. So I guess it's time for politics. While you were away, I received word from our fellow Scions. As expected, news of the warding scale was met with much joy. Preparations are now underway to bring the leadership of the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance together to determine a way forward. Our friends have asked that we bring the scales in our possession to Limsa Luminsa. So the time has come for us to go on the offensive. It's too early to say for certain, but that does seem to be the way the winds are blowing. I, for one, can think of no reason to oppose such a plan, but let us see what awaits us in Bilbrin. Nod. Let's start by getting the scales out of storage. Give me a hand, would you, Estinian? Hopefully nothing's happened to them. I didn't realize these crates were so heavy. Did we make Kryle carry a crate that's bigger than she is? I shouldn't complain though. Vitra and the alchemists of the great work put their heart and soul into each and every one of these scales, so you must treat them with utmost care. Are you not coming with us? As much as I would like to escape the Forum's watchful gaze, I have little choice but to stay behind. We're already on thin ice, and if I, in my capacity as our official representative, were found to be consorting with foreign powers, well, you can imagine how that would go. I shall remain here and do my utmost to avoid ruffling any more feathers as I await word from Master Montoya and our other allies. With luck, we'll soon have good news of our own to share. Odd. The tide is about to turn. I can feel it. To Limsa Luminsa. Alright, to Limsa Lominsa. Guys, I'm gonna take a quick restroom break, and then I will be back momentarily. Give me a couple of minutes, alright? And then we'll head to Limsa Lominsa and begin our offensive against the Garlemaldian Empire. Alright. I am returned. So the Dragoon and Astrologians are getting extensive changes in the future. Just learn to play Ast. I doubt it'll get harder. Seems like they want to prune it. But not yet. But not yet. Yeah. There's no point in playing a White Mage when you have an Ast? Of course there is. The White Mage does just as much damage as the Ast gives with buffs. I was told to expect you. As you may or may not be aware, the Admiral is at present entertaining the Elder Seatsier and the Sultana. 3 of the most powerful women in the world in one room. Do you need a moment to prepare, or shall I show them to you? You don't know? This isn't a matter that's like you theory crafting versus me theory crafting. There's actual data, you know? This is a knowable thing. It is simply true. White Mage and Astrologian damage, counting the buffs Astrologian give out, is essentially indistinguishable. My apologies for calling you away from Charlian at such short notice. On the contrary, we are honored and grateful, and pleasantly surprised to be joined by such esteemed company. It was only right that this discussion be conducted in person. We are locked in a war of attrition. Our forces struggle to contain the threat posed by the towers, and it's only a matter of time before we are overwhelmed. Victory will only be claimed through decisive action, and we have taken the initiatives that set the wheels in motion. It is reassuring to learn we are all in accord. But might I ask what your plan entails? Nod. It hinges entirely on the warding scales and our ability to utilize their potential to the fullest. During your time in Charlian, the allied nations have been engaged on separate fronts, with no end in sight. To make matters worse, a surge in abductions of Kobold, Sahagin, Ixal, and Ananta have given rise to an increasing number of primals as well. But your triumph in Razathan has given us cause to hope once more. The time has come to free ourselves of this menace. And it is you, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, who have shown us the way. While the bulk of our forces will continue to hold the Telophoroi at bay, we will dispatch our finest to strike at the enemy's heart of Garlemald. Yes! These brave few will be the Ilsabard contingent. Few? It should be a big-ass army. To think such progress has been made in so short a span. Its objectives are twofold. The first is to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. As previously reported, countless Imperial soldiers and civilians have been tempered. Robbed of their free will, they serve the Telophoroi's every whim without question. They too are victims. It is our duty to deliver them from their suffering, not for strategic or political gain, but because it is the right thing to do. I do not ask that we set aside the decades of conflict and conquest, that we simply choose to forgive and forget. I ask only that in choosing to remember, we do not also forsake our compassion and morality, for without that, there can be no reconciliation, only death without end. On that we can all agree. Our second objective is the colossal tower that Thancred and Urianger observed in the capital. Though its purpose remains unclear, there's reason to believe the smaller spires are merely a precursor of what's yet to come. Until the Tower of Zot was toppled, we'd failed to make any headway, though the same could be said of the Telophoroi. They're certainly in no rush to press further into our lands. I'd wager the Spire's primary purpose is to divide and keep us occupied while they work toward our annihilation. This would appear to be substantiated by Stolla's analysis of the tower's influence on ethereal currents. Based on her observations inside the Tower of Zoth, the Spires siphon ether from the land, consuming it to maintain their form. However, they draw forth far more than is required for this task alone. The excess of ether remains unaccounted for, but we can be sure it's not being harnessed for our benefit. It wouldn't surprise me in the least if it were being redirected to the larger spire in the capital. There's a logic in that. Regardless, once we have uncovered the truth, we'll bring their schemes crashing down along with their infernal towers. That's all well and good. But what would you have us do? I assume it's more than handing over the scales and being on our way. We want you and your scales to join the Ilsabard contingent, considered an official request from both the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance. Do you accept? Hell yes. We're finally invading Garlemald. It's time. We've assembled a coalition of the willing, and it is time to enact regime change. Perhaps you should be the one to answer that. Take the offense to them instead of continue to be distracted by their efforts on our own land. And we're doing it for the people of Garlemald. We're gonna free them whether they want it or not. Couldn't have put it better myself. Stolla, Thancred, and Urianger have already pledged their support and are on the way to meet the rest of the contingent. They're positive you will come to the same decision as they did. Luckily for all involved, their prediction was correct. Once you've delivered the warding scales to Alamigo, the contingent will embark on its journey to Ilsabard. Rabban and Lord Imeric are overseeing preparations, so I suggest you make yourself known upon arrival. Pack warm clothing, furs, and the like. Without it, the cold will do you in before the Tlafroi so much as draw steel. As for us, we'll keep the enemy busy while you're gone. They're not the only ones who can create a diversion. Now, go. Safe in the knowledge that Eorzea will be as you left it or better upon your return. Nods all around. Synchronized nodding. It's time. Alright. Speak with Rabban in the Alamigan Quarter. We're gonna free the good people of Garlemald from their tyrannical and oppressive government. Remove the fetters. And give them liberty. Thanks, dear. Good morning. So the seeds of democracy. We got plenty of seeds of democracy. We call them bullets. Each one's just a little democratic seed. Ah, the Wanderers return. You've been busy bringing down a tower and producing the keys to destroying the rest of them. You should be proud. Those warding scales of yours are what's made this whole venture possible. Will you and Lord Imeric be leading the contingent? Regrettably, no. Our role is to organize the various delegations into a cohesive unit. Once we've seen you all off, it's back to our respective posts. We dare not neglect our duties for too long lest our defensive efforts fall into disarray. Just between us, there was a fair amount of opposition to the formation of the Ilsebard contingent. The very suggestion that we send out some of our finest troops behind enemy lines to render aid unto the Garleans has made me rather unpopular in certain quarters. Can't please them all. Sadly not, though I do my best. Truth be told, I'd much rather be at your side, charging into the fray. Alas, our battle is of my own to fight, where words may serve me better than any blade. I hate to say it, but Lord Eimerich's struggles mirror my own. For the time being, the best we can offer you is a peace of mind from knowing Eorzea is in safe hands. As you fight the good fight in Ilsebard, I and the other commanders will do what we can to convince the naysayers that our cause is just. Thank you, both of you. We meet again. Hello, Gaius. And Max. Much has occurred since we parted ways in Wurlit. From what I gather, the protective talismans you obtained led to the formation of this expeditionary force. My contribution on this occasion is but a minor one, that being the information I have shared with Maximum. For the sake of the people of Garlemald, may the fates be on your side. So you're not coming with us? Strange. I thought you'd have a stake in this. I agree. You're a patriot, you love your country, and you hate what's been done to it. I do. The Telophoroi have laid waste to my homeland and enslaved my people. But though every mote of my being cries for vengeance, I cannot be the one to deliver it. My presence alone would place the entire mission in jeopardy. I stand accused of murdering Emperor Varys and plunging Garlemald into chaos. Were I to travel with the Ilsebard contingent, it would give my countrymen ample cause to question our motives. Conversely, those who believe me innocent may instead celebrate the return of a former legatus and attempt to raise me to a position of leadership, further destabilizing the region and complicating the contingent's mission. Whether I'm branded a villain or hailed as a hero, I would only hinder your efforts. We could change the mission. Part of a regime change is installing a new one. How would you like to be emperor? I will defend it to my dying breath. After the sacrifices my sons and daughters made, I can do no less. I and the government of Wurlit intend to offer refuge to those fleeing Garlemald. Should that time come, we will be ready. In light of Gaius's rather unique circumstances, I instead will assume the role of your guide. Though I may have defected for political reasons, my love for Garlemald endures. I would stop at nothing to protect her and her people. Well said. Might I ask you to escort our friends inside? You might even bump into an old acquaintance or two, and if I don't see you again before you depart, may the Fury guide and protect you, all of you. The other members of the Ilsebard contingent are gathered in the royal palace. I shall inform them of your arrival, so please make your way inside as soon as you are ready. Assume the third dialogue option's locked behind weapons. I'm sure it is. So I guess our primary mission is basically lightning attack on the big tower and helping people we come across. It's not a real invasion, it's like a covert operation. The remaining members of the Scions, your friends and most of the Ilsabard contingent, await you within. Would you like me to see you through?
By the 12.
That's a decently sized contingent.
Glad you could join us. I hope you don't mind, but we went ahead and started without you.
As you can imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted. 'Tis a rare thing indeed to see such a diverse and talented group of individuals assembled for a single purpose. We fight not only for the sake of Eorzea, but for the entire world, including the people of Garlemald. Much rides on the efforts of the Ilsabard contingent.
Indeed, which is why I am glad to find myself in the company of many trusted comrades, yourselves included.
Lucia!
I have come at the behest of Lord Emmerich, who has honored me with the role of Ishgard's representative. And for the good of all nations, not least my former homeland, I am determined to see this mission through to its end. We have a hard road ahead of us, but walk it we shall, together.
We too welcome this opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that, if there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
True. How could we not with all these weapons?
Allow me to introduce you to the rest of our company. Everyone! If I may have your attention.
That's a lot of Lalas.
Might I ask you to speak first?
If I must.
I think maybe you need a haircut.
I am Arun Senna, spokesman for the Gridanian delegation. Here on behalf of my esteemed sister, the Elder Seedseer. We shall provide support and protection to those in need during our time in Garlemald.
You're a healer.
To that end, I am joined by healers selected by the Conjurers Guild, with the Order of the Twin Adder's Finest serving as our escort. Of course, with an experienced white mage such as yourself accompanying us as well, those requiring more involved treatment will be in safe hands. Raya O sends her regards, by the way.
Oh, and I definitely know who that is. I'm being called out for swiping. Let's go.
Suppose I'd better say my piece.
Sickard.
Wait, I know you.
The name's Sickard, in case you've forgotten. Truth be told, I'd rather you had forgotten. Anyway,
Nope.
the Admiral asked Captain Hillfear to send his best, and for whatever reason, he picked me.
It was like yesterday. Of course I haven't forgotten.
Of course, if I'd refused, I'd be the laughing stock of the bloody executioners, and my reputation's taken enough of a keyhauling as it is. But more importantly, like any pirate worth his salt, I know when you're staring down a storm, you gotta trust in the commander of your ship. So if the Admiral wants us to go to Garlemald, not for plunder and glory, but a promise of peace in our time, then that's what we'll do.
Amen, brother.
Since we all know how much the Empire loves its steel, we thought we'd bring along a few smiths to make the most of it. Give them a pile of scrap and they'll cobble together anything you fancy. Of course, just like the Gridanians, we got fighters of our own. We might have come with a more constructive purpose in mind, but we're more than capable of cracking skulls, believe you me.
Well, you're certainly raring to go. But then again, so are we. The most dependable warriors of Uldar and Alamigo have assembled at the Sultana and General Aldin's behest.
Are you the only one that's not a Lala?
If Garlemald has truly fallen, then the whole place is likely to be crawling with Telophoroi. We'll need plenty of troops to clear and hold a path for others to follow. That's where we come in. Naturally, Marshal Tarapin and I will be leading from the front.
Mm-hmm.
It's been some time since I last saw you in your element on the battlefield.
From what I've heard, you've become pretty fearsome yourself. Master Matoya, the avatar of destruction. With comrades like these, I know we'll succeed, no matter what awaits us. And then we might finally get a chance to enjoy a good long rest. But until then, let's give it our all.
As for Ishgard, we Temple Knights have come in force to uphold our nation's commitment to the peace and welfare of our allies. The bitter cold of Garlemald is a formidable enemy in of itself. Our experience fighting in ice and snow will prove invaluable in the days ahead. Accordingly, I have been designated commander of the Ilzabad contingent. I will do all in my power to provide you with the leadership and guidance you require.
Sure. That's fine.
The four high houses, House Hylinart foremost among them, have arranged for a host of machinists to join us on our mission.
Oh, hell yes, we got guns.
Their knowledge of Imperial Magitech is sure to be a great boon. They will address any problems of a technical nature, together with the smiths of Limsa Lomitsa. There is another awaiting introduction.
Hey, it's our boy de Manolane.
Lord de Manolane? Ah, yes. Emanolane de Forton, at your service.
I'm sure you're more effective than you were when you were younger.
Misunderstanding, I should stress that I've not become a fearsome warrior while you were away. Rather, far from it, actually. My brother, in his infinite wisdom, decided this would be an excellent chance to make something of myself. Oh, and fight for world peace and all that. But should the opportunity arise for a spot of ballroom dancing, I will be your twinkle-toed gentleman of light.
I think there's a chance that Artuarel is trying to get rid of you.
Huzzah! I cannot wait to regale Honoroa with my tales of daring-do.
I believe that concludes introductions for the Grand Company of Eorzea. Our allies from the Eastern Alliance were due to arrive some time ago, but it would appear they have been delayed.
Would that be the shinobi of Doma?
Actually, they've been tasked with relaying messages back and forth between the various Eastern nations. According to Lord Hien, however, an equally capable company of warriors has been sent in their stead.
The plains folk, perhaps? Are we
Out of my
seeing
way, you preening fool!
Are we seeing the little sun again?
Forgive us for coming late. We are the delegates of the Eastern Alliance.
Man, who's that guy? He looks like a badass.
Cyrena, and you've brought company.
For battle and blood we come, as a step is sorely lacking in both. No towers befoul our lands, so we marched on those of Doma, only to find them beyond our reach. But now our thirst for slaughter will be slaked. No quarter to the enemy!
Sadu Hatun, no. We go to make peace with the Iron Men, not war.
No reason to bring her for that.
Warriors of the Steppe, we've heard many tales of your bravery. We welcome you as allies. And these other ones you have brought are...
Man, it's so... The image in my head of them wandering all the way across the steps in order to finally find a tower and then just kind of mill around aimlessly at the bottom of it, hitting it with their spears. Just as... It's just too good.
Members
we find
of
the tower,
Dalmascan
but
resistance
we can't do anything about it.
Lente's tears.
I guess we'll go home now.
And the Bosnian resistance. Between them, they have a wealth of experience in espionage, and are particularly adept at infiltrating Imperial facilities. Which is fortuitous, since Garlemald's domain is so vast that I could never hope to handle reconnaissance duties all by myself.
Dalmasca, Bosnia, Alamigo. All lands which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire. I would never presume to question your motives. Nevertheless, I must reiterate that our goal is to aid the victims of the Telophoroi, the common folk of Garlemald. And they are victims, make no mistake. Though I understand that many may struggle to see them as such.
They are. They're an oppressed populace, subjected to tyranny, no
You're
less so than
right,
any of their
Nina.
conquered lands.
For every one of us that answered the call, there were a dozen that refused. Not only in Alamigo, but everywhere we went. And who could blame them? The Empire's always been the enemy. But after seeing what we've seen, fighting and working against and with Garleans, there's no denying the simple truth. They're just people. No different from you or I. They've got their share of liars and murderers, but so do we. So do we all. Fordola, who once swore herself to Garlemald, has proven herself a trusted ally time and time again. Every Eorzean here knows Cid Garland, the Imperial defector who shared with us countless technological wonders.
And also, our Grand Commander is Lucia from Garlemald.
Gaius bloody Baelsar himself is working to help rebuild Werlid, a nation he once conquered. So you can believe me when I say that every fighter here understands and accepts that the Imperials are not monsters and are deserving of help. Or at least that they were able to put aside their feelings for the greater good. It won't be easy, but we're all determined to make this world a better place.
What lingering concerns I may have had were clearly unwarranted. I agree with everything you said wholeheartedly.
Then we are in accord. Now, let us review our strategy. To reach the Garlean capital in northern Ilsabard, we must cross the central mountain range. Fortunately, Garlond Ironworks can provide aerial transport, sparing us this most treacherous part of our journey. However, attempting to fly any closer to Garlemald would attract the attention of the Telophoroi. As they appear to have seized control of the majority of the Imperial military, we must assume that includes its fleet. In addition, Garlemald possesses devices that can interfere with airship navigational systems, further discouraging an airborne approach.
Given the circumstances, the closest we dare deploy our contingent is an area between the range and the capital, the Magna Glaciers.
Magna Glaciers?
From there, we must travel the rest of the way on foot. We will also need to bring the airships with us to ensure we can withdraw with haste. Although much of the terrain will be blanketed in snow, we should be able to make use of local roads and shipping facilities. The vast ice field will afford us an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. On the other hand, it will also allow others to easily spot us, so it is imperative that we only make camp in positions where we can easily defend ourselves. And the airships, which must be kept safe at all costs.
That sounds so awkward, just hauling airships along.
We cannot account for every possibility, so we must be prepared to think on our feet. We will be tested. Sorely tested, I expect. But for our homes and for our people, and a people not our own but in need, we will succeed. Spare no effort in your preparations. Once we depart, there is no turning back.
All right. Besides the delegates assembled here, the Amalja and several other tribes offered to send troops of their own. Unfortunately, due to their physiology, many would struggle simply to survive in the harsh climate of Ilsabar. They would also likely prove tempting targets for abduction by the Telophoroi. All things considered, they can better aid the cause by bolstering our defenses in Eorzea, though their eagerness to do more has been notable. We few shall have to suffice. Before we embark, we must distribute the warding skills to our comrades. Care to do the honors? Sure. Hey, buddy. Let me have a look at you. A touch nervous to enter the battlefield, perhaps? Well, I shall be out there alongside you as a temple knight serving with your fine band. Though I may not look it, I was the Azure Dragoon once upon a time, so you can rest assured I will give all that I have in the coming fight. I certainly won't be shown up by you or Estinian. I remember Alberic. Alright, you get a protective talisman? Yes. These enchanted talismans, or should that be talismen, would probably require considerably less time and effort to produce if the alchemists of the great work were not so preoccupied with making them look pretty. So these are the famed warding scales. Enough for me and my men, I see. I myself am especially grateful for this opportunity to visit distant lands. I wish to follow in the footsteps of Master Atoa and learn all there is to learn of the star we call home. Indeed, that is the primary reason I volunteered to join the expedition. To journey outside the Twelveswood, much less enter into Imperial territory, is a rare privilege afforded a Pajal. Not that I'm tagging along to see the sights. The Garleans would benefit from my healing magics, as would our comrades, should fighting break out. I hear you got something for us. Them scales everyone's been talking about. Pretty little things, ain't they? Reckon they'll be worth a gill or two when this is all over, but we'll hold on to them for now. And one more thing. I know what you're all thinking. Why didn't they send Einzar instead? Buggered if I know. All the Admiral and Captain Hilford told me was they needed someone to help safeguard the future. And here I am. can't say they haven't got a sense of humor. Of course, some of you might be wondering what good a pirate is on dry land in the middle of the sodden snow of all places. Well, me and my crew will do whatever needs doing. So let's set sail, or however the saying goes on airships. Skrrd. That a set of warding scales I spy. Not that I know what they would look like. Wow, look at these. Even a layman like me can tell they're bursting with ether. All the better to fend off the tempering waves. Is that the right term? How would Robin know? He's about the same as you. Anyway, these will give us one less thing to worry about, which just leaves the other mountain of whatever else is waiting for us in Garlemald. Only one way to find out, eh? And nervous or not, I'd march through all 7 hells if it gave me a chance to put Xenos back in the grave where he belongs. That deserves an A fucking men. How many times we gotta kill that man? Lucia. Warding scales for the Ishgardian delegation, I take it. Many thanks. These talismans may prove to be the deciding factor in the battles to come. I find myself conflicted by this foray into Garlemald. Sent by the Empire to infiltrate Ishgard, only to throw in my lot with those whose secrets I was supposed to be stealing. And now I lead a mission to save the countrymen I betrayed. That is doubtless why I was chosen by Lord Armeric. He would have me put my extensive knowledge and former ties to good use. I will not disappoint him. For the future of Ishgard, Garlemald, and the world at large, I will lead us to victory. Very good. Has to be hard for her, that's for sure. Has to be hard for her. We heard it could be cold in Garlemald, so we came prepared. Oh, the talismans. We are to keep these close at all times, yes? I'll see that no one misplaces theirs. And before I forget, I have a message from Hien. In distant lands, in times of strife, together stand, together fight. In darkness shines the light of life. Wise words, Hien. Wise words. I hope I've done his words justice. Doma, like much of Author, has been plagued by the towers. Yet while he could not be here, he wished to express his shared conviction. Hien and Yugiri labor without rest to unite the people, and with their aid will we keep the enemy at bay. And we of the Steppe and the Eastern Alliance will repay their efforts by ending this war. Alright. One more for Max. Do you have a warding skill for me, too? Thank you for this, and for going to such incredible lengths for the sake of my people. Though I have little to offer in return, I would impart some advice if I may. You have been told by many to wear the cold Vilsbard, and I cannot stress enough that this is no token warning. I will be distributing specially made warming tinctures courtesy of the Alchemist Guild, but understand that they are no substitute for proper protection. I leave the provisioning of said protection to your discretion. Now, let us proceed to the Almegan Quarter. While you make your final preparations, I'll have the pilots ready the airships. Nod. Alright, guys. Apparently, it's super cold. Is Echo going to join the World First Pandemonium Savage again? I hope so. As long as it doesn't conflict with WoW, yes. quest gives glam. I'll be back. It'll still be there. Let's see. How do I do this again? Make a new one? Here we go. Do I want to wear a warm cap or do I want to wear flowers? I think cashmere. I think cashmere is the day. Warm coat. But the cashmere hat looks good with the coat. I don't have many gloves. That's fine. You know, not too bad. Second from the far right is gloves. Yeah. Nice boots for the snow. Nope. Nope. What does reflect mean? I think that's pretty good. We're dressed warm. We got a hat. Perfect. Everyone looks so cute. I know. We're ready for the snow now. I like the tassel on the hat. Actually wearing a hat? They told me it's going to be cold. You have to keep your head and your ears warm. Wow, Robin actually looks cute on this mount too, with the coat flaring around him. Ready to go. Dum, 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 dum. Robin with suits of lilac. Yeah, lilac is a very good color for Robin, and someone was kind enough to give me a lot of Lotus Pink dye. This is our last chance to make ready before we set forth. You needn't worry about Urianger and I. We still have what we wore in Garlemald before. Justinian claims to be quite warm and toasty beneath his armor, and since he spent a fair bit of time up north recently as well, I have no reason to doubt his words. Most of the others will be borrowing Grand Company stock. The rest of you could do likewise, I suppose, provided you're not overly concerned with style. Ah, but we are. Not to put too fine a point on it, but I wouldn't be seen dead in one of those ridiculous overcoats. If only I had time to find something to my liking. You have wings but cannot fly? Well, I guess if you guys would rather, instead of going ahead and prosecuting the war in Garlemald right now, I could spend several hours getting flying instead. That would be fine. Is that the cry of scions in need of a tailor, I hear? Hello. But how? Mwahaha. I have my ways, oh yes indeed. You thought you could sneak off to Ilsabard without telling me? Nothing escapes my notice. Why this camera angle, though? Now you will wear these garments I've made for you, whether you like it or not. Wanna bet? You never cease to amaze. But why do you need a new outfit as well? Wait, are you coming with us? What? No, of course not, silly. It's all in the name of fashion. Rather, the pursuit of my highest quality fashion. Besides, how can I expect others to wear my creations if I've never worn them myself? I did have one other thing to share. Ermgus and Bloomwida have finally returned from assignments in faraway lands. They'll be staying at the Rising Stones for a while to keep an eye on events throughout Eorzea. Since they'll be running things back to headquarters, I was wondering if I could lend a hand in Sharlayan? Why not? You can keep Kryal company in the Valdesian Annex. Yes, we'd love to have you there. And I heard Ermgus and Bloomvida did a fine job carrying on in our stead while we were lying comatose. With them in charge of the Rising Stones, we've nothing to worry about. My thoughts exactly. Also, while I'm confident you won't go collapsing again, because a certain someone who shall remain nameless isn't in a position to transport yourself to another world. Looking at you, Graha. If anything similarly disastrous were to happen, I'd be well positioned to do something about it. Anyway, I've got a few things to take care of, and then I'll make my way to Sharlayan. I really do hope these new clothes are enough to keep you warm in Garlemald. It's not much, but it's the only thing I can do for you other than pray for your safe return, which I will, every day. Aw, Tataru. Let's not keep the contingent waiting any longer. Here are your winter woolies, handcrafted by yours truly. Another glam session? Maybe. Let's take a look. Is it just a coat? Is it the same coat? You guys are all throwing a fit about me going and doing a glam, and it's the same coat? Alright, that's fine. You have to put it on. False. Tari made it special. Yeah, I'm wearing it right now. It's hilarious you picked the same one. That one, that is funny. Yeah. Didn't see that coming. How do I tell if any of this gear is good? If it says +1, it might be good. 515 Grimoire. 510 Grimoire. It is good. Which means, shoot, this is so annoying. The other one needs to come out here. That's not good. 515 boots instead of 510 boots. You can auto-select? No, I can't. You're lying to me. Get him, chat. Wait, now this one's 525. Okay. You can use recommended. No, I can't. You're lying to me. Get him, chat. How many times can we make the same mistake, my friends? I'm told the airship pilot has been set to meet you. Ah, there he is. Alright, this is where we go our separate ways. Do be careful, won't you? Why even put it in inventory? Must be a WoW thing? Oh my god, that's so funny. 100 or more people have suggested that I set it to always go in inventory instead of into the gear box. Like, literally hundreds of you. It's a Final Fantasy thing. It's not even a WoW thing. For 80 levels, unironically, I let it default go into those boxes and they completely filled, and then it was a nightmare to organize. It's an honor to finally meet you. We of the Garland Ironworks will be ferrying you and your contingent across the mountains and into Garlemald. For many of us, it'll be something of a homecoming. Our illustrious founder was only our most notable Imperial defector. Oh god, this is awesome. A little fight in chat. Normally it's like English VA versus Japanese VA, or it's you need to watch the launch trailer versus you can't watch the launch trailer, versus you have to do Eden before advancing the MSQ versus it doesn't matter, and now it's the inventory needs the gear needs to go in the inventory versus going to the armory. This is great. I like it. For that reason, the company is committed to the success of this expedition. Our resources are at your disposal. If there is anything we might do to be of further assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. If you're ready to depart, I will ready the engines. Upon boarding the airship, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Hello, my friends. I don't know if I'll be able to slow walk past you. It looks like it's going to start right now. In addition, you'll be required to participate in battle. Your progress will be saved at certain points. In the event you are defeated, you'll be able to try again from the most recent of these. Please note that if you enter battles associated with other quests or log out from the game, this progress will be lost. Alright, bye everyone. And by everyone I mean the guys in game hanging out. I don't mean stream.
Ilsabard, divided in twain by a vast mountain range. Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step. But why go by foot when one can simply fly?
Something happening. Anti-aircraft measures.
On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius.
Made it.
The winds howl in icy protest, as if to warn against further trespass.
They're all shivering, and Robin's like, "Look at my coat. I'm fine."
We've received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party. They've sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials.
Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps?
I like Alice's coat too.
But
That
there
looks
is
like a
more
nice
to it
coat.
than that. Maxima reports that they're led by Vergilia, legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number. However, they are also joined by several members of the 1st.
For a moment, I didn't notice the white part of the neck armor because of the snow, and it looked like he had the thinnest neck I'd ever seen.
From what I recall, the 3rd Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus's death. The 1st, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
I can't neck shame. I myself have a ridiculously long neck.
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War. Yet now, these former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
Then it is all but certain they have been tempered.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
Quite right. Soldiers or no, they are people of Garlemald, the very ones we have come to aid. Direct confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
How so? Savage beatings, disarmament, and imprisonment?
Whoa. Is he suggesting or critiquing? Look at Alice. She's just so cute.
Not impossible, but easier said than done in the heat of battle.
Hey, you can almost see his eyes underneath his hair.
Having observed the opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial detachment's current position. Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments, and once we give the signal, Thancred's team will destroy them all. In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel, and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
Divide and conquer. Not a bad idea.
Once the scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into 2 groups. The first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies. As for the Scions, I ask that you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most.
Normally I like someone to tell me who to stab.
I would prefer, however, that you accompany the rearguard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
Sure. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Supply Depot, hello, Tancred.
Your proposal was well received. More specifically, they asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
Ishtola always did have a flair for the dramatic. She's not an easy woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks.
Oh my.
All right. Once more for my peace of mind. Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's Magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely.
Alright.
Our second will be to issue a
Blow
deactivation
stuff
command
up.
to the automated units via the control terminal. If our calculations are correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand.
Alright, blow some stuff up and remotely deactivate their stuff.
The blizzard will help us stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes. Trust in the plan, and we should all live to see tomorrow.
Nod. Nod.
In the
Nod.
meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll forgive me if I ask again, but are you certain you wish to play the lone wolf?
Wouldn't have it any other way. Call it foolish and reckless if you like, but I'll get the job done. I always do.
Mm-hmm.
Very well. I wish you the best of luck.
Oh. I'm Tancred. I have a combo. And I have a DR. And I have invisibility. And I have an ambush. And I have a dog bomb. And there's a wall. Am I supposed to talk to you? Assuming there's nothing else you wish to confirm, we may commence the mission as soon as you are ready. Let's go.
Keep your wits about you.
It's time. We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count.
Wall gone. Whoa. Am I supposed to sneak or kill? How long does it last? Is he sapped or is he dead? What the frick is that thing? Magitech machine? Probably doesn't see me, right? Against machines, I don't know what. Bomb. 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 Hmm. You know what? I'm spooked. I'm spooked. Maybe I should leave these guys alone. Oh, I have to set bombs. Well, poop. Hide? Where do I hide? Oh, right here.
This is Thancred.
Moshi Moshi.
The explosives are in place.
This is Thancred.
Very good. All is proceeding as planned. Head to the control terminal. It should be to the northwest.
Understood. Have the others wait at the rendezvous point.
I'm gonna assume he can't see me through the fence. Whoa. Okay. Hmm. Whoa, hi. They cycle. Okay, I have to go when he's here. And then go incapacitate the dog.
Must be losing my touch.
Ook. Okay. Now what? You know what? I don't think that's gonna work. Because of the dog. I have to get that dog first. Shit. There's a dog and a dude right next to each other. Maybe I can incapacitate and hit the dog? Both? Oh. Awkward. The other one's gonna rotate here when that one goes there. I think I need to go after the rotate. Ideally now. Well, we missed. This has become extremely awkward. It's got a short range.
Seven hells. Withdraw. Perfect run.
You
No
are
awareness.
returned.
Yeah, streamer is
None the
unaware.
worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
What news from our comrades?
They stand at the ready.
Excellent. Then let the fireworks begin.
Time to blow some stuff up. It is a shame about the unconscious soldiers they left right next to the explosives. But, oh well.
The blizzard's beginning to clear. The Vanguard should be engaging the Imperials any moment now, if they haven't already. Ishtola and the others are with them, so I'm sure they'll be all right, but... Wait! Something's coming!
What are those?
Oi, oi! Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts.
Oi?
Keep them away from the carriages! We lose those, and we're as good as dead!
Those are big puppies. Nod, nod. It's me and Ali say. Killing some stuff. I need to make this bigger in case I miss some text. In the coming battle, you will fight as Robin Gelson. Hoggers, kinda need a pet. This is a little awkward, don't worry about it though. What happened to Dragoon? They deleted it in the live letter, so I'm playing Summoner now.
A brief respite, but stay alert. Keep the carriages safe.
There's nothing to kill. Am I supposed to be back here with...
What impeccable timing!
Oh?
Fear not, friends! The savior of Ishgard is here!
Oh. Can't hit it.
A fine display, but the other carriages are still in danger.
Okay,
Go on
let's
ahead.
move forward.
We'll hold the line.
Emmanuel the Lofty.
We're the only ones still struggling. Time we put our backs into it then. I've been itching for a good scrap.
Hey, Graha. Whoa. Are we supposed to stop it? I'm a little worried. Ow! It's okay. Quick physic. Discovered the absolute best way to bait chat. I can't wait. I'm actually gonna main summoner so I can do it more.
You lot alright back there?
You lot alright? Oi!
We're fine. I'm ready for more. Hear that? Get to the
207
front and turn
There's
the
absolutely
tide.
no reason why you wouldn't push physic on Thordan when he's not there. You're playing bad if you don't. Get to the front, he says. Is the front forward? I don't know where the front is. Meanwhile, on the front. Sadu killing folk, just like she likes to do.
Removed from the field was not a euphemism for enthusiastically murder.
It's nothing that won't heal in time. The trouble is, their tempering has made them utterly fearless. Subduing them would be easier if they had the capacity to submit in the first place.
Thank you, Lobster Motel. I appreciate the 2 months.
Well, this is the path our young charges would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew it would be hard, yet still you pledged your lance, did you not?
That I did.
Meanwhile.
That's Vigilia. Damn it. I need to help the others take her down.
There's no end to them!
I was wondering when you'd turn up.
Nod.
There's no stopping us now. Come on. Let's show them what we're made of.
Hog. Time to kill some more stuff. I mean, incapacitate some more guys.
We have them now! Forward!
Whoa.
Right! Let them have it!
That's a lot of mobs. Let's scoop them up a little bit. Pippin!
As a raging bull!
Pippin? Okay, it didn't do as much damage as it looked like it was gonna do. Still pretty insane.
That's her! Vigilia!
not fall behind!
All must bow before the sun.
Is everyone all right?
Yep. Hit.
Kneel or die!
Hey, I can't reach you anymore.
Kneel!
I don't know if I should be focusing on her or on them. Oh, them. Sadhu's about to kill everyone.
Tremble before the sun!
May your screams fill the air!
Oh. A little dark, Sadhu. This is a rescue mission, remember? Holy shit. Oh yes, they're just unconscious. May your screams fill the air.
A worthy adversary! Rest, recover, reclaim yourself. Then we will fight again, to the death.
Sadhu Hatun!
Not to the death, no.
That was the last of them. The day is ours, thanks to your timely arrival. What of the supply caravan? Outmaneuvered, but not outmatched. Good. Let us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades. And soon we shall arrive at the capital.
Poor Magni. I have no sympathy for Magni.
So cold and unforgiving. Thus spoke Emperor Solus as he gazed upon his barren domain. "800 years it had been since the Garleans first set foot here. Bested by the Kavosi, after centuries of war and driven from fertile southern pastures into the blasted northern wastes.
Such
In
devastation.
that garden of desolation, they clung to one another for warmth. Freezing, hungry, desperate, hated. The chosen forsaken. In the year 1513 of the 6th Astral Era, a young legatus named Solus single-handedly sparked the Magitech Revolution. How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum? Once a common, soft-spoken soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks?
Yeah, sure.
Like so many others, those who knew the truth are gone. Taking in the capital with his eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself, far colder on the earth than in the heavens. Yes, far colder indeed, bitterly so.
Not so much as a whisper.
The roads leading beyond the city walls would have been used less in recent years. Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
A buzz day and night with activity, aye. Merchants passing through the checkpoint, many of them stopping at the local hostelries.
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
We can consider the question after we have made camp.
If you'd worn pants, you wouldn't be so eager to get under cover.
If we spend any longer outside, we may well freeze to death where we stand. The tempered Imperials, too.
Once again, pants.
This will be our temporary base of operations. Secure shelter for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
If we're planning on staying here a while, we ought to give this place a proper name.
Yeah, I'm sure it doesn't already have one. We took this land, let's name it.
Well, the constant sound of ice cracking underfoot makes me think of broken glass. An apt name, perhaps. But enough of this. To work, everyone!
How about New Olda? Whoa, look at all the tanks. Y'all come out to help our liberation efforts. And bears. We salute. Ah! You shot me! Hey, stop it! Those lasers are pretty cool, though. Fire. In spite of the obstacles we've faced, our plan proceeds apace. Just a little further and we will reach the capital itself. Still, we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. As soon as the camp has been made fit for purpose, we are to discuss a course of action with Lucia. Would you mind asking Stola and Graha to join us in that building to the northeast of camp? Alice and I will meet you there. Shooting you for not wearing Tataru's gift? I am wearing Tataru's gift. How can you not recognize it? A meeting? Yes, I'll make my way over once my head is cleared. In truth, I've been feeling out of sorts since we arrived. The air is thick with a palpable aura of malevolence. 'Tis the monstrous tower on the horizon. Jagged, hideous, unholy. Even at this distance, its presence is overwhelming. Much like the sensation I felt in the Tower of Zot, only far more terrifying. Ether flows unceasingly toward it, converging into a swirling mass of unfathomable power. For a blessing, the constant chill in the air is helping to anchor my senses in the here and now. Tell the others I shall be with you in a few moments. It is pretty spooky looking. You will be pleased to know most of the tempered have been quartered inside the nearby buildings and are receiving treatment as we speak. Most. I do, however, feel no small amount of guilt for commandeering civilian homes. The occupants may be long gone, but everything is exactly as they left it. Considering the length of time that has clearly passed since, one would expect to find them ransacked. Strangely, there are no signs of anything having been stolen. It's possible that everyone fled at the first sign of trouble, though it seems to me they left far too many useful possessions behind. Although there is no conclusive evidence, I strongly suggest they were tempered. Sorry, I was merely thinking aloud. You mentioned a meeting. I'll make my way there. Alright, let's head to the meeting. There's a snowman. Alright, we have commandeered this fine barn for use as our command headquarters. Thank you for informing the others of our meeting. When everyone is here, we will begin. Nice warm coat. I know it's super adorable.
Our present situation is as follows. Efforts to aid the people of Garlemald have begun in earnest. Moreover, having entered into the capital, the Imperial Palace is within our reach.
But before we proceed further, we must learn what has befallen this city, for therein lies the key to understanding and combating the Telophoroid's designs.
Okay, it's time for
I have a
some
suggestion,
reconnaissance.
if I may. Several of the Imperial soldiers we captured on the Magna Glaciers are members of the Populares and acquaintances of mine. Once we have cured them of their tempering, they should be able to give a reliable account of the events leading to the capital's downfall.
A promising idea. I will assist the healers and their ministrations. Of course, I will require a porxie of my own, assuming you can spare one.
Would you like a hand?
No, I am sure we will manage. Better that you take my place in the field. The noxious ether of this place disagrees with me, and as I shall need to draw on my own for the treatment, 'twill be prudent for me to remain within the camp.
So sensitive. Ali saying in
This
the
talk
field.
of curing the tempered is all well and good, but I reckon the cold is a more pressing concern. All the houses round here are fitted with ceruleum heaters that could keep us warm and toasty. Problem is the machines seem to have given up the ghost, and if we keep sitting around, freezing our asses off, we'll be next.
Guys, I think we just found a way to justify our yoinking the natural resources of this land. We require ceruleum to heat our invasion effort. Liberation effort. It all makes sense now.
My smiths reckon with the right parts, they can have them working again, but it won't be easy.
Understood. The machinist will assist them in the repairs.
The rest of us should either stand watch or survey the area.
We've made our presence known to the Telophroi. They will be searching for us, if they have not already ascertained our position. That we have seen no sign of them since the battle suggests they have yet to do so. However, I suspect they may be biding their time.
Or perhaps we are beneath their notice.
Or they're frantically trying to finish their welcome party. Because we came too soon.
In any event, we'll find no answers standing around here. Urianger, Estinian and myself have visited Garlemald recently, so we'll lead the reconnaissance efforts. Perhaps bolstered by a few Bosnian and Dalmatian scouts from my previous excursion for good measure.
Mm-hmm. 2 sneaky bros, 3 sneaky bros, all gonna go be
Don't forget about our
sneaky.
Salamegans. We have experienced scouts of our own.
Well now, this is turning out to be a rather sizable team. With such numbers, we should be able to cover a wide area with relative ease, including that surrounding the Imperial Palace. How about you, Graha? I have a feeling we'll find a use or two for that vanishing spell of yours.
'Twould be my honor to be of service, though I doubt that you of all people need rely on my tricks.
I like his coat. That's a nice coat. Serious drip? Yeah, it looks good. It leaves uncovered the line of his collarbones and his neck muscles. It's very hot.
That leaves us with guard duty.
As a matter of fact, I have something else in mind for the two of you and Alphino. Between here and the center of the capital lies the Eblan Rhine. I would have you search the area for survivors. Your keen sense of direction, honed in your extensive travels, should prove useful in navigating the ice fields.
True. Bone fetish. Listen. No, I'm not talking about this again. You can't make me. It went really badly last time.
I have faith that you will, and look forward to greeting you on your safe return. You all have your duties. Let us make haste. May the Fury bless and keep you.
I don't have a bone fetish. I just think the shape of bones, healthy and inside your body the way they are attractive. Collarbones look nice. It's normal. I don't know why you guys are weird like this. It's fine. There's nothing weird about it. You're probably the same way. No kink shame. It's not even a kink. Collarbones. You know, that little bump on the wrist. It's really nice too. The lines of the fingers. I just like the shapes. Gods be good. If it's this cold with Tataro's clothing, I dread to think how we'd fare without it. I must remember to thank her when next we meet. It makes me realize, too, that while these people of Garlemald have spent their whole lives in conditions like these, even they'd be hard-pressed to survive away from the warmth of their homes. Even if there are any survivors, we must find them, and quickly. May I compliment you on your collarbones? Don't you think it's strange that it's acceptable in our society to say someone's eyes are pretty, but we can't say that they have nice collarbones? What's the difference? Someone said that to me? Really? See, it's normal. You have a great spine? I do have a pretty good spine, it's true. Thank you. It's firm, strong, and fully erect. What ho, chums? Been given something to do, have you? As it happens, I too have been ordered to make myself useful. Sounds like rather a tall order. Ahem. Since you ask, we're to scour the Eblan Rime for survivors. What? Wander around ice fields on the off chance you'll find someone? You'd take forever to finish the job without the benefit of my expertise. Or, more specifically, my telescope. Come, friends. I know just the spot to begin our search. Making foot enjoyers feel less marginalized. I know, I feel attacked right now. If someone says something about collarbones, I'd say you fit my trunk. I disagree. Down with social norms of what is and is not acceptable to find attractive. I'll probably regret this, but we may as well humor him. Complimented the coat remark on the one part with no coat on it. Well, isn't that the reality of fashion and clothing in general? When you say you like something, you're most likely looking at the parts it doesn't cover. Oh, what a nice dress, as you stare at her cleavage. I had a girlfriend who was big into pelvic bone shape. Shape? Wow. Huh. I think hips are sexy. I find your gallbladder enticing. How have you seen it? You have a nice liver? Oh my. See? Alright. You guys are right. That part's weird. There's nothing wrong with thinking that an elbow is particularly shapely. I spy with my little telescope a massive sheep thing? Or maybe it's a cow. Not what we're after either way. Is that an ether current? Ah no, just a wind sprite. That's so funny. That's actually happened. Other than that, it's all snow, snow, snow. But lo, what do I see over yon hillock? There's no mistaking it. That's a girl. What? A girl? In my video game? A survivor? Show me. They reacted with such shock at the idea. Over there, behind that tree. It looks like she's running away from something. Though surely not us. She wouldn't even know we're here unless she had a telescope like mine. All I can tell is that she's wearing a pale green dress. A rather fetching one at that. Well, I mean, that doesn't mean it's a girl. Robin's been known to wear a dress here and then. She'll be long gone by the time we get anywhere near, but we should be able to follow her footprints. Nod. I'll let Lucia know where you're heading. Oh, and take these warming tinctures with you. The poor girl must be chilled to the bone, if not on the verge of freezing to death. That's actually very thoughtful. Thank you. But won't you need some for yourself? No, I'll be fine. As a man of chivalry, my honor demands I do no less. And lest we forget, the very reason we are here is to protect those in need. Now go, and Godspeed. Nod. Lucia, my guy. Pronunciation Andes. Actually, if you listen to it in the original Japanese in which God intended us to play this game, they say Lucia. Get reverse chatted, chatter. That's a big sheep. I don't want to kill you. You're kind of cute. Found some footprints and a snowman. A trail of fresh footprints lead east. Hold on. North? East. Okay. Hey, Persea, you're kind of muddying the trail here. I'm not trying to follow your footprints. These footprints appear to be the same as those you saw previously, and they lead toward the building. Metro keeping the barnyard clean. Gotta admire it. Ears are pretty. Ears are easier to follow, too. We're getting closer. I'm sure of it. At first, we thought she'd gone inside the building, but the door doesn't look to have been opened in some time. She might still be nearby, so we'll keep looking around here. Then again, it's also possible that she ran right past this place. Would you mind searching up ahead? Okay. There she is. No, that's Rain. I got tricked. Looking for the poor person who's freezing out here? English is a mess? How can you say that? English is obviously the most logical and sensible language on the planet. Elsewise, why would everyone speak it? The girl in the green dress anxiously surveys her surroundings. Were you to call out to her from this distance, it might attract wild beasts to your location. It would be safer to get closer first, but you must do so without drawing her attention. I must get closer without drawing her attention. Follow the girl from a safe distance. The objective will end in failure if you are noticed. Make use of cover, such as rocks, to approach her without being seen. Similarly, the objective will also end in failure if you fall too far behind. Should you fail to complete the objectives, you may come here and try again. Approach the girl in green. Oh, that's her? She's running. Did she see me on a mount? She's looking at me. She can't see me on a mount. Where's my next piece of cover? Maybe that tree? And that is a disgusting sound. She doesn't see me behind the tree. Oh, she running. Whoa! That's a much better mount. If these beasts spot me, I'm done for. I'm here to help you, little girl. Disgusting sounding creature. Oh, don't see me, don't see me, don't see me. This is it. The final spurt. Okay. Guys, she's gonna run away from the tanks. Phew, still in one piece. You remember doing this quest? No. Actually, until you said that, I didn't remember that I had done it before. You shot her! Who are you? Stay back. This house is packed with explosives. Take another step and I'll blow the place sky high. Sounds like you're... I can't do it. I can't do it. I was about to say, it sounds like you're an insurgent terrorist, but I actually want her to be okay. Please! We just want to talk. Guys, I can't stay in character. It's a poor little girl. She's scared and hurt. Sometimes I have to drop the character. I'm Alphino. This is my sister Alice and our good friend Robin. We're here to help. We have no intention of hurting or taking anything from you or anyone else. I give you my word. We and our comrades have come to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. Aid? You savages are the ones responsible for all of this. You did this to us. Well... we didn't. I promise you. One of the other reasons we came was to find out what happened here, in fact. The Telophoroi are the ones to blame. They're the ones who laid waste to Garlemald, and they won't stop until they've destroyed the entire world. They're the enemy. Our enemy. On our way, we encountered Imperial soldiers who had been made their thralls. Those poor souls are now in our care, and we are striving to cure them of their affliction. You're the first person we've met who isn't already enslaved. How were you able to escape the Telophoroi's influence? Are there any others like you? I'm sorry, I don't mean to overwhelm you. Let's start with introductions. Can you tell me your name? My name's Licinia. As for how I've managed to stay sane, I've been asking myself the same question. Ever since that night, and the roar, that terrible roar, and then the screams. I was screaming too, I think. I'm not sure. I can't remember. Then came the silence. Everything was still. It was like waking up from a nightmare. I thought that maybe the Jesus' music is actually giving me anxiety. I thought maybe the fighting had stopped, so I stepped outside. If your hells are real, I saw one that day. I ran past friends, people I'd known all my life, eyes vacant, dead, staring at the sky. Others were mad and violent. I saw them struggle with soldiers but didn't stay to watch. I fled as far as my legs would take me. Do you have family here? Is this their home? No. This is Victor's Spoils, a mansion for retired soldiers. Or it was, but now me and a few others are borrowing it. As for the explosives, I was making that up. Wow, you gotta be careful about that kind of thing. I just wanted to keep everyone else safe, and I didn't know if you were... The truth is, our supplies are running low. You said you're here to help. Can you? Of course. Whatever assistance we can provide, we will. Thank you. I'd better tell the others first, though. Wait here. Almost shot her. I know, she was reaching for explosives. It was self-defense. This is everyone. The senior says you can be trusted, but these are desperate times. We'd be fools to let foreign troops into our home. Having said that, were you to provide us with a means of heating the place, as a sign of goodwill, perhaps we could take you at your word. If that's too much to ask, leave us alone. Time to put my firewood gathering skills to use. Plan sends heaven's word. Could you provide the spark with a little magic, Alice? He's so proud of the firewood ever since Justinian talked to him about it. We'll have a fire burning in no time. May we build it under that gazebo. The what? Oh, you mean the bower. Yes, yes. Do as you will. Off he runs. Dot, dot, dot. What was that? Music. They have a radio. And a fire. Kimmy, you're kind of in that refugee's personal space. Maybe he's okay with it. Sorry, I'm still finding it hard to come to terms with all that's changed. Now that you're here, though, I'm hoping things might change for the better. You know, I've worked up quite a sweat from all that running about, so I'll leave space around the fire for others. As you can tell, they're in a far worse state than me. We were planning to look for somewhere warmer or with more food, but they're not going anywhere until we nurse them back to health, which I don't know how to do. Is there anything you can do to help them? Oh my god, she's trying to put me back in healer jail! She's evil. Can't believe she would do this to me. Back to healing. I can treat their frostbite and their wounds, but it'll take time for the fire to do its work. Now would be a good occasion to make use of Menelane's tinctures, the ones that can warm the body from the inside out. Would you make sure that everyone gets one? Sickly refugee, would you like a tincture? The numbness is beginning to subside, though I suspect once the fire dies, it will return with a vengeance. Whoa, the flamethrower, though. Being gifts from the notoriously unreliable Menelane, it's highly doubtful this concoction will have the intended effect. If only there were willing, and more importantly, unwitting volunteers on whom to test it. Unwitting means they aren't willing. Those are almost opposites. You can't be both unwitting and willing. Warming tincture. I've never heard of such a thing. No harm in trying. But tell me, have you heard anything of the city? Though calling it that seems absurd after what's happened. It's nothing but ruins now. The few buildings still standing offer no more than meager protection from the wind and snow. Food production, water purification. The magitech that sustained us has come to a grinding halt. What machina that remain operational cannot be run for lack of ceruleum. Of course, Cerulia Ingens is full of the stuff for all the good it does us. No one here knows the first thing about extraction or refinement. Well, I mean, if you guys are really suffering, I suppose that the Grand Company of United Eorzea could perhaps help you with the extraction and refinement of ceruleum for just a small premium taken off the top. All is well. Yes, never better. He's emaciated, he needs some food. Oh, sweet libation is this. Is it poison by any chance? Ha ha ha, 'twas a joke, a joke. Ha 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 ha. If I laugh, 'tis that I may not weep, so said the poet. And alas, my tears would freeze on my cheek before they fell. We are the blessed damned, to bear witness to the fall of the great empire whilst our brethren lie dead, or live on as puppets of flesh. First came the war, then came the roar. When morning came, Garlemald was no more. In a cacophony of gunfire, explosions, and screams was our beloved capital razed to the ground. From the rubble rose the disheveled remnants, their lavish finery caked in ash as they shuffled mindlessly towards the palace, each bearing a fragment of stone or metal, an offering perhaps to the architect of our destruction. A hopeful few tried to reason with the deranged, only to be beaten for their kindness. But I knew better than to plead with the horde. I fled with my health, if not my conscience, preserved. Now I wait with my fellow cowards for our final judgment. Jesus, my friend. What do you want? I got you some stuff. A tincture? I may as well drink it, I suppose. You guys need some more cheerful music. This? It's a radio. You don't have them where you come from, I take it? We use them to listen to messages sent by others, even over great distance. There are different types, but this model is by far the most popular. Made with quality components crafted from the finest ore, sourced from Locus Aminus it is. Not all that useful, since the capital fled into ruin. People at the broadcasting station must have either fled or ended up like all the others, because all we've been hearing is the same music being played over and over again. Home beyond the horizon. An ode to the brave men and women sent to reclaim our ancestral homeland of Locus Aminus. We may have founded an empire in these frozen wastes, but we always hoped to take back what was once ours. 'Tis a solemn reminder that though we must suffer great hardship, better days will surely come. Despite everything, I believe that Emperor Varys yet lives, and that he speaks to us through our radios. Oh. Wow. It was a cunning strategy, faking his murder. He must have foreseen this catastrophe and chosen to conceal himself, that he may one day make his triumphant return. Okay. Yes, I'm sure of it. Emperor Varys would not be defeated so easily. My dude, you need a hat. Made of foil. What's that? A warming tincture. So this is what you gave the others? Thank you. I'll save it for later. Actually, I have a few things to ask you. Are you part of the group staying in Laterum? I saw Legatus Vergilia's troops heading toward the Magna Glakis a few days ago. Are they the ones you encountered? Yes. Camp Broken Glass, you call it. And Vergilia and her men are all there now. So how did you reach the Magna Glakis? Did you cross the mountains on foot? Airships. Then there might be a way to... Yes? Go on. Lysenia. Where is everyone? Is something the matter? Something kind of sussy. A voice from inside, you say? You must be imagining things. Everyone's out here. Maybe a baby Almasty found its way into the house. It wouldn't be the first time. Without the soldiers to scare them off, wild animals have been roaming closer to the settlements. Some have been known to attack people, too. I just had an idea. If you and yours are strong enough to defeat a Legatus, then surely a few beasts shouldn't pose a threat. Yeah, I want to focus more on the people inside your barn and what you want to do with our airships. If you've a mind to continue helping us, perhaps you could head to the other side of the lake. There's a small group of tappers living there, people whose job was to extract ceruleum. They still do, from what we can tell. I've already tried asking if they would share their fuel with us, but they're not willing to give it away. They want food in exchange. Lots of food, and that's something we don't have and can't get on our own. On top of that, to even reach their den, we'd have to make our way past all those creatures. Would you be willing to go in our place? We only need enough ceruleum to last until the others are strong enough to travel to your camp. If the offer still stands, that is. Oh, and I don't expect you to give up your own supplies, but there might be another way to pay the tappers. Oh yes, of course. If I see any, I'll be sure to shoo them away. Anyway, to reach Tapper's Den you have to cross the lake. The ice is thick enough to support a person's weight, but if you'd rather not take the risk, you need to take the long way around. Finding the entrance can be a bit tricky too, so it's easier to just look for someone standing guard outside. However you decide to head there, please be careful. Alright. I'm gonna run and get a drink, and then I'll be right back, my friends. Alright, so we need to cross the lake and speak with the burly tappers. More tanks. Fake pee? What? What a weird thing to say. I got a bottle of water. I don't like the noise this mount is making. Let's get a new one. Gorilla. Big P is a Rich Campbell meme? Who? Instructions. I'm supposed to go this way. I can see the arrow. Ilsa Bardian Tursus. A burly tapper. Who goes there? How did you find us? What do you mean I stand out like a sore thumb? If the purebloods over at Victor's Spoils hadn't given away our location, you'd never have found us. Those stuck-up assholes. Thought they could come waltzing in here demanding ceruleum with nothing to offer in return. Ha! Looks like the boot's on the other foot now the capital's gone to shit. So they've resorted to sending you to negotiate. I know your game, Sellsword. If they think we'll give in to intimidation, they've got another think coming. Oh, we have to fight? Alright. Well, I guess now I go yoink their stuff. There you are. Just after you left, Licinia asked me to go and catch up with you in case you needed a hand. Someone must have let slip I have a little experience in transporting barrels of ceruleum. You killing people? No, not at all. I just knocked them unconscious with an Ockmorn from Bahamut. This is Tapper's Den. Well then, after you. A little physical therapy, some medicine. They'll probably be walking again in no time. Who are you? What happened to the guards? Blasted into oblivion. Eorzeans and rebels here to save the people of Garlemald? That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why in the hells would you pass up this chance to put those Imperial bastards to the sword? Let me guess, none of you are Garlean. You are brought here from other lands. Girabania, Yanksha, Boja, Dalmasca, to name but a few. Some dragged here against our will, others fed bollocks about a better life. All put to work extracting ceruleum. All given the esteemed title of An, placing us firmly on the bottom rung of the ladder. But the old hierarchy means nothing in the new Garlemald, says we. I bet the only thing that's escaped more or less unscathed is Cerulia Ingens, still sustaining us, even with our paymasters out of the picture. We hear you're experts in drawing up ceruleum from the bottom of the lake, but how can you do that if it's frozen over? So what I'm hearing here is that these workers have seized the means of production. Wouldn't you like to know? Trade secrets, I'm afraid. At any rate, it's not as if ceruleum's used for much these days, but with the city in ruins, we take enough to power our heaters and save the surplus for later. And though it helps stave off the cold, it does sod all about our hunger unless we can trade it away. Speaking of which, be sure to tell your contingent we've got ceruleum by the barrelful. If they're interested, we'll exchange it for any provisions they're willing to spare. We can certainly ask, but if you're all free to go now, why carry on living here? Free to go? Go where? Even if we managed to get back to our homelands, there'd be nothing left for us thanks to the Empire. And the knowledge and skills we acquired working here would be practically useless outside of Garlemald. So we're staying for the time being. Long as there's a need for ceruleum, we'll find a way to get by, even if Garlemald as we know it is gone for good. Gone for good. Well, if all you want is food in exchange for oil, I'm sure something can be arranged. Perhaps you continue doing the exact same work and we pay you instead of the Garlemald Empire. Regardless of what the Ilsebird contingent does for the people of Garlemald, the Empire itself is already a thing of the past. For many, that would be a cause for celebration, while for others, their whole way of life will have been turned upside down. After all the atrocities committed in the Empire's name, perhaps it's for the best that it's consigned to history. But what of the ordinary people? Their lives, their stories, should they be forgotten too? I suppose there'll be plenty of time to ponder that later. For now, let's see about getting some ceruleum. So you've come seeking ceruleum, have you? Yeah, give me some oil. What? Those purebloods up at Victor's Spoil sent you to turn to their enemies for help. They must be more desperate than I'd thought. Then again, Lysinia's got her little sister to think about. A sister, you say? We only saw Lysinia and 3 men. It's possible she died from whatever was ailing her. If she needed treatment, I doubt there'd be any way to get it around here. I may have refused Lysinia at first, thinking she'd come back with something to exchange, but I can spare them a bottle's worth of ceruleum. Consider a reward for introducing me to the rest of your contingent. Be sure to send them our way, you hear? Are you sure that what you want to see is an invading army? I can't for the life of me think why Lysinia would keep her sister a secret from us, but we can ask about that after we've delivered this ceruleum. Come on, let's hurry back. And I'll be sure to tell the invaders that there's oil and resources right here at this location, undefended by anyone. Just like you asked. Look at that fancy drill. And this must be an oil pipeline. They've even got a train to carry their coal. Clean coal, of course. Oh, a shadow. I went too far. How's it going? It's going well, Brooklyn. Alright, Alice, this isn't right. It's too quiet. The radio's gone, and so is everyone else. I would have thought Alphino would still be treating them by the fire, but they're nowhere to be seen. I'll look inside the house while you search outside. They can't have gone far. Okay. Alphino? And a sickly refugee. And some folks sleeping on the ground, including our poet. And the tinfoil guy, taking a little nap. They asked me to carry supplies, but when I followed them back here, they attacked me. Caught me off guard. Forced me to defend myself. I fear they fared rather worse than me. Well, I mean, Alfie. I can't blame you. You've got to shoot someone that's coming after you in self-defense. What can you do? Put him down. You can't fool us. We know what you're about. Vultures, is that what you are? Waiting in the wings for us to show weakness, and then in you swoop. Here to help? What rot. All a ploy to make us lower our guard. Let you in, put ourselves at your mercy, put us in chains, steal our lands, get your revenge. Man, does sound good. You're wrong. That's not what any of us want. Save the arguments for later. We've got bigger problems. I found medicine bottles and a bed that was still warm. It's true. Lucinia was hiding her sick sister inside the house. But now there's no sign of either of them. Where are they? Where did they go? Away from you and yours. And if you think I'll tell you, you're a fool. I'd never give up my people. We're trying to help you, you idiot. Stop resisting. Her sister's ill. The empty bottles prove it. So the medicine ran out, or she put it in her pockets to make it easier to carry. Or to avoid the sound of clinking glass. There are beasts everywhere. How could you let them go alone? To protect them from you. You invade our homeland, taint it with the same sorcery used to slay our countrymen. The Garlean should sooner die than suffer the insult. Better for them to flee, keep their purity intact, than to be corrupted by your vile magic. We were waiting for a chance to free them since the moment you arrived. This is getting us nowhere. I cannot say how Lucinia and her sister will react when we find them, but find them we must. Go on without me, both of you. I first need to tend to my injuries and theirs. I'll join you in the search after. Alright, be careful. Try not to shoot anyone else. We'll do our best to find them quickly. There's only one path out of here, so that's where we'll start. Okay, let's go try to find her again. I'd best not have to chase her behind rocks again. CBA. Two sets of fresh footprints. Young women, judging by the size. This is definitely them. Come on. You killed our countrymen we sent to conquer you. That was different. They were sending civilized leaders to govern over uncivilized savages. Of course it's different. That doesn't justify the savages coming here and killing them. It's just Emmett all over again. How dare the savages believe that it's all right for them to hinder our efforts to civilize the world and make it according to our wish. We are simply superior. The trail stops at the frozen lake. Perhaps they chose this route so as not to leave footprints. I can't think of any other reason. Look at this place. It's crawling with beasts, and I can only imagine how hard it must be for her ailing sister to cross the ice. We could really do with Alphinaud's help, but we can't afford to wait for him. Let's split up and look for clues. That's a big circle. Okay. We looking for clues. Oh shit, shiny. That was easy. He's in Garlemald? No. Garlemald is the past regime which we have overthrown. This is some other country that we have yet to name. The empty bottle smells faintly of alcohol. The thin coating of dirt indicates it has been here for some time, and it's unlikely to have any connection to Licinia or her sister. Oh. I guess I didn't find it. Man, this is a big circle. And if they're hiding clues in and like between these things, oh shit, there's fresh blood. The blood staining the snow appears to be fresh, judging from the amount the victim may have been severely wounded. The trail of blood leads southeastward. Oh god. South? East. Okay, alright. Licinia. Oh my lord, she's bleeding from an area that you don't want to bleed from. And so is she. They probably just need a band-aid. They brought the radio with them. 2 bodies are already cold. Well, of course they are. It's snowing. Just take them to a warm place. Why did they bring the radio? Why are you joking? Because how could we possibly know they've been dead when we didn't see them get shot 5 times and have a castle dropped on them?
Blood trail. We found one. They were attacked. No. Why? Why wouldn't they? Safer to brave the wilds than trust in our magic. We should have... I should have...
It's all your fault? No, it's not my fault. They chose to run out in the wilds.
We can't leave them like this. We have to take them home.
What if we're only making it worse?
Maybe we don't belong here, but neither do they. Not out here in the wind and the cold.
You put them in a situation? No, their government did. Never felt sorry doing this part? Me either. You guys want me to feel bad? Their government blows. We need to get rid of it.
I heard the story about Varus's voice from beyond the grave. Of course, I didn't believe it, but Licinia and her sister did. Perhaps there is something to the tale after all. I want to understand, so I'm going to borrow this for a while, if that's all right. You had every reason not to trust us. We came as trespassers, invaders. But I pray that in time, we will be more than that to you. That we will find a way to help your loved ones. And see that no more children are left to freeze alone in the snow.
You can feel bad for the situation. I mean, guys, I'm not like super happy that they died, but we just met them. I'm not emotionally invested in them. Never even saw the sister. And this is the kind of shit that happens when your government is an oppressive, tyrannical dictatorship of awfulness. Worse things happen in our world all the time, and I don't cry about them all every day. No empathy? Yep, it's true. I'm a terrible person. There must have been something we could have done. But what? Well, we could have... I don't know. Knocked them unconscious, taken them to our camp, and imprisoned them there. Don't think that would have helped in the long run. Should we have never come here? Would they still be alive if we hadn't? They weren't doing too good in their barn with no food anyway. We have already caused enough harm here. Let's return to the camp before we cause any more. As for those inside the house, we should send someone to take care of them. Someone who isn't us. All we can do for now is make our report to Lucia and do everything in our power to prevent further tragedy. So let us linger here no more. Come. Back we go. I think it's sad because of how realistic it is, an oppressive brainwashing government. I agree it's sad, right? It's a little tragedy. But it is... This sounds callous, I guess, if you're like super invested in them, but it is, to me and to my character, a little tragedy. We just met them 5 seconds ago. Alice and Alphino tell me they have finished their preliminary search for survivors, but refrain from saying much more than that. Clearly, they are reluctant to provide details. May I ask for your account? So their lives weren't important? I'm sure their lives were important to them, to their families,
Thank you for your report.
And to their friends. I have no doubt of that. And how often do you cry for people across the world that die in tragic ways of which you know almost nothing? Bro, you have to chill.
We shall inform the troops of these developments and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Allow me to go and speak with the ones at the victor's spoils. They may be more willing to listen to a fellow Garlean and accept our offer of assistance.
That's fair. That's smart. Less
I pray
likely
you
to
are
fear
right.
the magic.
And though I am loath to burden you any further, should there be an appropriate occasion to speak of Licinia and her sister, please do so.
I am sorry to have put you through this.
My distress is nothing compared to their suffering. So tell me, what else have we learned?
You're being baited? Not by that guy. That guy was mad when I made a little joke of being lost on my way to them. He was like, why are you laughing? Clearly because he knew that they were already dead and he was already ready for me to be mad about making jokes about it. He's not baiting. He's for reals, he's mad.
As you may have already heard, we have succeeded in curing the members of the Popularis, Maxima identified. They have provided us with some intriguing insights into the current state of Garlemald. The assassination of Emperor Varus was the catalyst for the civil war. Nerva declared his claim to the throne, and his opponents refused to recognize it. Fighting broke out in the capital, where Nerva's 3rd Legion clashed with the 1st, who remained loyal to Varus even after his death.
Of course, even Imperial warmongers would balk at the idea of turning their shining city into a battleground. Like burning down the wood to spite the wasps. Neither side would be so mad.
Yeah, but we know someone who would be.
Unless something or someone inflamed their animosity to such an extent that they could not help but act against their better judgment.
It brings to mind events at the Gimlet Dark, does it not? The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front line, specifically. Nerva and his father, Titus, Varus's then political rival, took advantage of rumors that Crown Prince Xenos had been possessed by a demon.
Which he had been.
Elidibus, what better way to disparage your enemies than with the truth, or a close enough approximation?
Indeed. But before their accusations could be substantiated, many of Titus's followers were silenced. While some were merely stripped of their status, others died under curious circumstances. One after another, suddenly and suspiciously.
Again, Elidibus. Like as not, he had a hand in it. No evidence was found to implicate Varus, certainly. Nevertheless, Titus, Nerva, and the Third Legion would have judged it a brazen attempt by the Emperor to rid himself of his political enemies. And then, in the midst of this growing turmoil, Varus Sosgalvis is murdered. And Garlemald's own prodigal son, Gaius van Belsar, is named the murderer. Shortly thereafter, Nerva claims the right of succession, and in response, the First Legion claims the assassination was part of a coup d'etat orchestrated by Titus and Nerva.
So no one is at fault, and everyone else is to blame.
I should add that both parties received substantial financial backing, presumably to provide them with the means and encouragement to pursue a swift victory, and that these contributions came from the self-same benefactor.
I'd heard House Brutus had been filling the Third Legion's coffers, but the First as well.
House Brutus. Again.
It would seem so. Though the Populares determined that the First Legion received funds from a variety of organizations, all had connections to House Brutus.
So Fandaniel, in the guise of Asahi, was playing both sides against each other the entire time.
The information we gained from my friends does not end there. One night, shortly after fighting broke out, the capital was shaken by an immense tremor. From that point onward, they have no memories, no recollection of any events, including our clash on the Magna Glaciers. But when asked about the Imperial Palace and its bizarre transformation, they somehow recall Emperor Varus giving them orders in their dreams.
Wow.
May the Tower of Babel stand as testament to the glory of Garlemald.
This sounds awfully familiar.
We have something to show you all.
Varus spoke to them through this radio. Perhaps it was a recording, but if not, that would be inexplicable.
We are of one mind, then.
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to that of the talismans.
I see it. While it is likely more by coincidence than design, these devices might also ward against a primal's influence.
Oh, that's a heck of a coincidence.
A picture is beginning to form. If the tremor felt throughout Garlemald was a wave of ether emitted by a primal, then while those within range would have been tempered, those huddled around a radio desperate for news concerning the Civil War would have been spared.
No wonder Licinia kept it close.
Man. Imagine all those savages scraping skin off of a dragon when all you needed to do is invent a radio.
My friends, I must speak with you. A young man was caught trying to steal our supplies. He is a soldier of the Iron Men, we think, but one who has not been made thrall. Thankfully, Magni restrained him before blood was spilled. The stranger is outside, if you wish to ask him questions.
I think we do.
Who do we have here?
Garleans? Traitors to your homeland! Have you no shame?
Kinda true.
I am Lucia Junius, a Temple Knight of Ishgard. And you are?
Julius Pier Norbanus. And that's all you invaders will get from me.
We are not here to invade Garlemald. Far from it.
Although we have, in fact, invaded Garlemald.
Like you, our allies in Eorzea and the Far East fight in defense of their lives and their loved ones even as we speak. But it is the people of Garlemald who have suffered most. This we know. And that is why we have come to offer you our aid, that we may unite against our common foe. Whether you believe me or not, those are the facts. Now, answer me this. Why would a proud soldier of the Empire be reduced to stealing? The situation must be dire indeed for you to go to such lengths.
Lost Ark raid greater than Final Fantasy? Man, I can only imagine how much fun you must be having in order to feel the need to go into other streams and convince them to join you in your fun instead of actually, you know, playing. Must be insane.
If it is supplies you seek, we would gladly share ours, or turn a blind eye while you leave with your spoils.
Wow. She's so Chad, she'll let you steal from us if it makes you feel
negotiate.
better.
My commander will determine how to deal with you and yours. If you wish to treat with him, I will take you, but no more than 3.
I don't much like the sound of that. But if we do accept his proposal, I suggest the 2 of us and...
Prior game, I did play Lost Ark for a couple of weeks. I think that Lost Ark's encounters are very fun. What's a little bit less fun is trying to find your way through the casino that you have to play in order to do the encounters. I quit once I realized it was a slot machine.
Please allow me and Alize to act as envoys.
May I ask why?
Some people like slot machines. Nothing wrong with that.
We have seen with our own eyes the hardships the Garleans face. How their futures and lives hang in the balance.
It's not the warmest invitation, but it's an opportunity to prove our intentions true. Maybe not a chance to make things right, but a chance to make them better.
Are we talking about Lost Ark? Because someone's having so much fun playing Lost Ark that he's going from stream to stream telling everyone else that, Hey, my game is more fun. That's why I'm here in streams. It's a good conversation to have. Of course I'll go with you.
I can see that persuading you otherwise is a lost cause, but you will proceed with the utmost care.
Of course. Robin is always careful. Nothing bad ever happens around him.
A couple of children and what? A sellsword? Is this an insult?
I like them both, and that's completely fine. Different people like different things, you know? I would never tell you not to play Lost Ark. There's nothing in the world wrong with playing a game. If you enjoy it, then I wish you the best with it.
Not in the least. You will find that they are more than qualified to speak on our behalf.
There are many dangers on the road ahead. I will need that back.
Nerds if it's Diablo Immortal. Listen. I've never played Diablo Immortal. I can't really talk about it. I have no idea whether it's fun or not. But there are people who enjoy poker, there are people who enjoy blackjack, there are people who enjoy roulette, there are people who enjoy slot machines. I have no problem with a slot machine being turned into a video game and marketed to people. That's fine. People like it. As long as you realize that what you're paying for is entertainment and you're paying through the nose for it. Doesn't matter to me in the least. You will be received as invited guests, and so I urge you to observe proper social etiquette and conduct yourselves accordingly. Your safe return takes precedence above all else. Remember this. Thancred in particular will be worried sick if you're gone too long. May the Fury watch over and keep you. If you like Diablo Immortal, you should play that and keep your spending habits out of games I enjoy. Nah, I'm fine with it. What's wrong with buying out the entire store of Warcraft or Final Fantasy? That's more money for the producers to, you know, add more content or buy a bigger boat, whichever. Are you and the children ready? I will explain the route once we are outside your camp. If anyone attempts to follow us, we will judge it an act of hostility. We will not hesitate to take appropriate measures. I would expect nothing less. You have our full cooperation. Alright. Speak with Julius again. To accompany him to his camp with no other soldiers. Alright. This is far enough. Listen carefully. We head over that hill, then follow the road until we reach Liminal Station 4. Children in the lead. I want you where I can see you. We do have names, you know. I'm Alice and he's Alphino. And last but not least, there's Robin. Robin, where have I heard that before? No matter. Alphino and Alice will watch the road ahead while we bring up the rear. I wasn't lying about there being many dangers, so you're to run, not saunter, run toward the station. If you even think about going for your weapon, the deal's off. Should any creatures bar the way, we go around them. Once you choose to depart, Julius will accompany you. Alphino and Alice will begin moving toward the destination. Make your way there without falling behind. If you lose any of them, you lose. Ready to make a dash for the station? Yes. Final Fantasy has 4K viewers on Twitch and Lost Ark has 100K. How is it not the better game? Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy, man. How many viewers does football have on Twitch right now? I too judge all my games by their Twitch showings. You could just as easily say, by the way, I could just as easily say, this is good. This is a good time. I could just as easily say that it's because the people who enjoy Final Fantasy are playing it, instead of doing what is in fact the financially sensible thing with regard to Lost Ark and just watching it. But that would also be made up as fuck, so, you know, whatever. Choose whichever made up narrative you enjoy the most. Just ban him? I'll ignore him once it gets boring. But I'm not gonna ban him. I don't care what he says. If he can convince some of us to stop watching or playing Final Fantasy and go watch Lost Ark instead, that doesn't bother me in the least. This is it. The first stop, that is. Good. It looks like your friends knew better than to follow us. Are these your headquarters? No. We're stopping here so I can check for pursuers. Since it appears you've kept to your side of the bargain, we can carry on. Man, this guy is very suspicious of us. North of the station is Regio Demorum, one of the main residential areas. Or at least it was. The afflicted roam the streets in packs. They'll tear us to shreds if given the chance. Keep close. No wandering off. Understood? From here, we'll be heading northeast, keeping to the left of the railways. While the route itself is straightforward, getting past the hordes unseen is anything but. Keep your weapons at the ready. The hordes? They would attack their own countrymen? Aye, they spare their own but slaughter the rest without hesitation. They will try to avoid detection. The chances of sneaking by completely unnoticed are slim at best. I will lead the way, but in the event we are seen, you're to fight them off. Those two will follow us, provided they can refrain from drawing their weapons. While I doubt they would be foolish enough to stab their guide in the back, I won't take the chance. With that said, let us proceed. Alright, here we are. You're under attack! Man, that button does so much. I like it. I rate in the top 10 in a guild in WoW. I could easily go into Final Fantasy and clear DSR without any issues. This guy's insane! Because I happen to know for a fact that the best guild in the entire world of Warcraft, the little guild known as Echo, has completely failed to make any progress in DSR for like a month. He has no idea that in fact being world first in World of Warcraft is like being world 500th in Final Fantasy. He has no conception. Oh, I love it. I love it. That was very funny. Thank you. I appreciate it. I see why your comrades chose you. Julius, our contingent, has a cure for the afflicted. Or tempered, as we call them. Your people would need to be taken into custody that we may administer the treatment, but they would eventually regain their sanity. He's in the wrong place? Nah. That bit went too far. You know how Lorgok, like, has this persona of being Lorgok, but every now and then he gives away that it's all a facade and he's just doing it to be a top tier 4D chess master. That's what this guy just did too. He pushed it a little too far. It's too obvious now. It's too obvious. He didn't walk into that one. He set it up for me, and I appreciate it. It was good content. Thank you so much. Your people would need to be taken into custody, but they would eventually regain their sanity. Is that so? For all I know, your treatment would simply force them to forsake one master for another. As far as I and my legion are concerned, they are no longer our people. They're beyond saving. Those who thought differently and tried to reason with them were butchered for their bleeding hearts. Come, we have to keep moving. Bahamut. He stunned me. VIP Dave Chop? I should. His bit has provided us with some free laughter. And is there any better thing that any of us can do in the world than to make thousands of other people happy in the way that he has? He's done us a great service this morning, and I, for one, thank him. Looks like we're not being followed. Let us continue onward. Can't believe G's quit Dragoon. I had to quit Dragoon, Yoshi. We were told in the live letter this morning that they're deleting Dragoon. I quickly rolled to the next most overpowered and interesting spec. I meant what I said. These people deserve only death. I stayed my hand before only out of a desire to remain undiscovered, and that is still the higher priority. We should continue to avoid any unnecessary confrontations. Keep following the railway. Defeat the tempered soldiers. Hopefully with non-lethal means. And I turned 30 today. Congratulations. It's an achievement to live that long in this world. All the young ones are just jealous and scared they won't make it. Just don't die. That is the main advice to give anyone regardless of their age. Whoa. These guys aren't just tempered, they're fully tentacled. Look at what they have become. Would you still stand there and claim that they can be cured? Those exposed to a vast quantity of a primal's ether may suffer severe corruption. Even with treatment, such victims are beyond salvation. The tentacles are too far. We can't fix them. Then you admit it. Now that you've seen these monstrosities for yourself, perhaps you will think twice before speaking of a cure. Hold on. There's an aetheryte somewhere nearby. you think of Garlemald so far? I'm really enjoying the story overall. I think it's got a very good story to tell. I'm not surprised either, right? The themes of, even as humanitarian as our mission is supposed to be, right? With a single mission of helping the Garlemaldian people and taking down the tower that's ruining everything. Even with that humanitarian of a mission, the themes that you can gain from an armed force entering another lands are diverse and deep, and you can explore a lot of things with that, and they're doing a good job. We're almost there. You have kept your side of the agreement, so I will keep mine this way. Guys, you have to let it go. Dave Chop gave us some really good entertainment for a while, but at this point he's run out of material. It was fun for a bit. Let's let it go. This is Tertium, one of Garlemald's largest stations, and now serves as our headquarters. I've already sent the twins ahead. I will be with you soon, so wait for me at the bottom of the stairs. What do you think of the real-world similarities? As far as I can tell, there aren't any. This is clearly a fantasy game, and any themes related to invasions, resources, human consequences and casualties of war, man, I'd be real sad if those had any reflection in the real world. Look at this train station. And we can hear the magic radio that protects some of them from enthrallment. Oh my god, is that the aetheryte that I was about to go looking for on top of the mountain? Oh no. It's plain to see why they chose this as their base of operations. How many people went looking for that aetheryte on top? They could have done a lot worse. Even so, I imagine it's not the easiest place to live. I almost went looking, but then I was like, it'll be funnier if I don't attune and make chat madge. Lucked out that time, guys. Indeed, if Julius was willing to make the perilous journey to Camp Broken Glass in search of food, their own supplies must all be but exhausted. They may be shielded from the wind and snow, but it's still bitterly cold. Much like Victor's spoils, it must be a constant struggle to keep their people warm. Lower your voices. While you may be here as my guests, the others will not take kindly to your presence. My commander is in the locomotive, over there. Oh my goodness, there's a whole train car full of my friends who are sleeping, I hope. Dot dot dot. He clearly has no intention of speaking with you. Here we are with Julius and the imposing commander.
These are their chosen representatives.
Very well. Let us hear what they have to say.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Or random. I think it's awesome to have people
I present
like
to you our commander,
filling out the world. Boy's got some thighs, though. Man, I need to start wearing armor. It makes you look so much more buff.
Lord Quintus Van Kina, Legatus of the First Legion.
Quintus. Alright.
The first? I had no idea you had survived.
We lost our emperor, our city, more than half our troops. For my wounds, I may never take the field again. But we survived, aye. In a manner much to your liking, I dare say.
Snap. A little bit of hostility.
We have no intention of adding to your misfortunes, nor do we bear you any ill will.
Spare me. Though you children may speak in earnest, overtures of peace ever ring hollow in my ears. So long as man stands to profit from his neighbor's suffering, war is inevitable.
Good thing it's a fantasy game.
Driven from our ancestral homeland into this blasted waste. Yet still you yearned to rob us of our paltry scraps. It was only with Magitech that you learned to keep your distance. Though we knew it was only a matter of time before you regrouped and returned. Conquest and empire were our only defenses. Emperors Solus and Varus understood this, and through their campaigns saw us grow and prosper. Much blood has been spilled in Garlemald's name, aye. But if it is a choice between yours and mine, then it is hardly a choice at all.
Yeah. Fight on the other guy's soil instead of on ours. I understand this.
I do not deny that a great many conflicts throughout history were driven by the desire or necessity to gain by another's loss. That is not why we are here. Nor have we come to petition your aid in the war with the Telophoroi, grave though that threat may be. Our purpose is simply this. We wish to help you. Let us help you. If there is aught that can be done to ease your plight, we would be glad to do it.
Perhaps you would.
Vietnam vets would disagree. I mean, that's kind of my point, though, isn't it? The mistaken belief that you have to go send your young people to war on a foreign land in order to protect your homeland, resulting in tragic and useless deaths on both sides. Although, I do tend to veil my point, I suppose, in sarcasm.
But regardless of the ideals you espouse, your leaders would not send an army into Garlemald if they did not stand to benefit.
This guy, similar to Gaius, strikes me as a true patriot who wants what's best for his people and actually legitimately believes that the only way to protect his people was to make sure that the wars were being fought in other people's land. Conquest, preventing the war from being fought here. Now he believes that this proves him right.
If we accept their aid, they will expect their efforts to be rewarded once the Telophoroi are no longer a threat. And after compensation and concessions, the great empire would be brought to heel. Her enemies rejoice at her downfall. Our third eye, a mark of shame.
We won't stand idly by and let your people be humiliated. And we're not alone in that. We only want to make a difference, to make this world of ours better. Surely you can understand that.
He's not wrong. He is a little bit wrong. Eorzea I mean, it's possible that Eorzea would have invaded. I don't know, but I was calling for Eorzea to go after Garlemald like 3 expansions ago, and they wouldn't do it. They've shown unbelievable restraint. And what's happened to his country is largely the result of his own government. We just got here. It was like this when we found it.
What I'm trying to say is, there are so many people who just don't care about making you suffer. And maybe that's almost insulting after all the suffering you feel the world has subjected your people to, but...
And it's also almost insulting after all the suffering his people has subjected the rest of the world to. Does he not know what happens in the subjugated provinces, or does he just not care? Either way, his hands are not clean.
Believe it or not, that's the truth. And now we're here. And all we're asking is for you to tell us what you want. What you hope for.
So much blood has been shed. So much lost. All because of this endless war. Who wouldn't want to end it?
That's the only good that can come out of this.
Can we not work together? To face our problems as one?
Answer me this, young peacemakers. If a world without conflict is your desire, why reject the unity and prosperity of Garlemald? Is it because we do not share your faith? That we do not share your heritage? That our ideals and virtues differ? That we cherish and hold in the highest that which you do not?
That we disagree on such trifling issues as subjugation of other peoples, considering other people savages, stealing their land and resources, killing and torturing their innocents. If it weren't for those minor things, we could get along.
Disparity is the root of discord, and peace built on compromise is flawed and fleeting. Happiness for one and all is a dream, and the reality is that to the victor go the spoils.
Wow. All right. And earlier he said that war is inevitable if you can see any advantage to be had. I don't think we should deal with this guy.
That is why we Garleans will never submit nor surrender. For freedom and for pride, we will remain true to ourselves until the bitter end. That is my hope. It seems there is nothing more to say on the matter.
All right. Well, just out of curiosity, who's your second in command? No particular reason. But what would happen if you died?
You will remain here while I decide what is to be done with you. Do not be alarmed. No harm will come to you, if you cooperate.
We will not resist. However, as your guests, I ask that we be allowed to speak with the other members of your group.
As you wish. I had no intention of locking you up, as by dawn you would be frozen stiff and you're no good to me dead. You are free to move about the encampment, but there is one condition. Collar them.
I'm not sure I'm okay with this condition.
What are these?
Incentive. You'll be watched at all times. Stray too far or act suspiciously, and we will administer a rather painful shock.
Very pretty torture devices.
Keep away from that one. The champion of Eorzea is not so easily cowed. Even if he allowed himself to be collared, the shock would be no more than an itch. No. If he refuses to obey, we will activate the twins' restraints instead.
You are actually just an old, bitter, prejudiced asshole. Eat the old people.
You needn't worry about us.
We'll forget we're even wearing them soon
Collaring
enough.
Alphino and Alice. I'm so mad. He's 37.
You still...
You
Why
guys
go
are
to
so
such
mean to me
lengths?
sometimes.
What is it all for?
Oh no. Nationalism will make people do stupid things. It's not even just nationalism. He's straight up racist and xenophobic. He doesn't believe that people who are different can make peace. He doesn't believe that compromise can ever lead to peace. He's an old asshole he's like the worst example of an old curmudgeon who refuses to change or think anything can change.
You are a curious one. A far cry from the merciless barbarian others paint you to be.
Don't worry, Robin didn't even understand what he
You
just
will
said.
be their warden. Take them away.
Yes, sir.
Is it any different from the sisters? I can't speak for the younger sister, who was most likely just guided into death by her older sister. But I do think it's different, yeah. This guy's in a position of power and relative safety and security. Whereas that older sister, who made terrible decisions, was unbelievably frightened that enemy combatants came to her home where she was protecting both herself, helpless, and her helpless sister. And yes, the same propaganda led to both of their decisions, but one was making decisions out of, like, fear that she was in imminent danger of being killed by the evil magic-using Eorzeans. As per Lord Quintus's instructions, I'm to supervise you during your time here in Tertium. How did we achieve peace? It depends. There's been peace achieved multiple times throughout this game. We achieved peace with the dragons by killing the Omega old prejudiced fuckhead that wouldn't let the war end. And then we were fine. Everyone else got along. So, you know, all I'm saying is he's right there. And we achieved peace with the beast tribes by first agreeing to be more equitable in our treatment of them and going in and helping them, for example, with the Amalja, and then fighting together with them against the imperial oppressors. Yeah, there were 2 old fuckheads, it's true. As per Lord, we didn't achieve any kind of peace by slaughtering their gods, right? That was part of the cycle of retribution and fear that kept them summoning for who knows how long before we finally started working to live with them instead of against them. As per Lord Quintus's instructions, I'm to supervise you during your time here in Tertium. Before you ask, no, I don't have a key or any other means to remove your collars, nor would I tell you if I did. And if you try anything, I will torture you. So, do you truly intend to speak with the others, or was that merely a ruse? We're in no hurry to disobey Lord Quintus, if that's what you mean. Or perhaps you doubt the wisdom of his decision. Nidhogg was right to be angry? No, he was not. Nidhogg was justified in being angry at the people who ate his sister and yoinked his eyeballs. But he had no right to be angry at their great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great- But remember, I'll be watching. If I catch wind of you doing anything untoward, trying to trick our people into turning their coats and the like, those shock collars will be the least of your worries. Understood. Though we're somewhat compromised, to put it lightly, let's not waste this opportunity. I suggest splitting up and learning what we can of their situation. Above all else, don't use magics of any sort. You, on the other hand, may go wheresoever you wish. Even outside the camp. I know full well I couldn't stop you if I tried. Do not forget, if you do anything to endanger us or our interests, Alphino and Alice will pay the price. That's the people of the 37. The Aetherite is not responding. Man, Aetherite Andes, I'm so sorry. I've tried to feed y'all twice today, and I just can't. We're being blue-balled by the rocks. It's you, Robin Gelson. I served under Lord Gaius in the 14th Legion. I was there on the night the Praetorium fell. Did anyone die to the such devastation? Anyone at all? You and your adventures, you killed them. Yes, that is true. My comrades, my friends, swept them aside in their dozens as though they were nothing to you. And maybe I am too. Just another faceless enemy to be cut down. But it won't be long until our countrymen return, until you get what you deserve. Mark my words. I'm sorry about your friends. But they were on my land. Which means that I don't have to back down. I'm allowed to stand my ground in my castle. So cold. This young soldier is on the verge of losing consciousness. To be fair, was their land in the past? Yep. True. Fair. And real. But, you know, since ownership and right to land is just decided by whoever brings the most and biggest guns, it's currently ours. And so is this one. The grand continent of New Eorzea. I know who you are. The so-called champion of Eorzea. Come to gloat, have you? I'll wipe that smirk off your face. By the blood of our fallen compatriots, I swear I'll... Oh. Why does she have L's in ears? We know that the Empire likes to conquer land and then conscript its people to serve on foreign shores as their soldiers. It's why so much of Garlemald's army are in fact victims. And we've known that for a long time, including way back on Eorzea, we were invading their forts. We've talked about it, in fact, on this stream, how it's a little bit tragic because they are victims as themselves. But it can't be helped. War sucks. They're as much victims as the conscripts in World War II staring across trenches at each other, who are there only because their government said you will or you will go to jail or your family will be in danger. They're all victims. War blows. Damn. Tore the sutures. Of all the times, the worst of the lot within striking distance, and I can't even muster the strength. If it weren't for the third bleeding us, we'd be the end of you. Virgilia's treachery nearly cost Lord Quintus his life, but we made our escape. Took shelter in a mansion, tended to the wounded as we prepared to strike back. And then, night fell and we gathered around the radio. And then the roar. The terrible roar. The capital was in chaos, but we were spared. If you can call this a mercy. Mind intact, but body broken. A soldier in name alone. I'd cut you down where you stand if I could. Murderer. And if that isn't just such a perfect, beautiful little microcosm of the reality of this fantasy world, I'd kill you, you killer. Good thing none of it's real. This radio is the same model as the one used at Victor's spoils. Perhaps it is what saved the soldiers here from being tempered. Y'all not have apples? I need one more. One more perspective. Yo, I'm actually being one guide right now. Oh shit, he's right there. I'm not gonna be watching this VOD. You came with Julius, didn't you? Well, whatever business brought you here, you'd best keep your hands off the aetheryte. It's deactivated, but I'd rather you didn't mess about with it. There are others throughout the city, built by Garleans, for Gorleans. Could teleport all over in the blink of an eye, provided there was a terminal nearby. These days, however, we use the aetheryte's power to keep this place lit, though that comes at the cost of its normal function. Many willingly joined the Empire. I think, so what Asahi's parents were, and I think a better example might have been for Dola, yeah? Was what we call collaborating. And in my opinion, I strongly disagree that cooperating with an unbelievably powerful, invading and conquering and oppressive force is willingly. Right? That's not willingly. That's, yo, I'm trying to live. And I'm trying to keep my family alive. And this is what I gotta do to do it. These days, however, we use Aetheryte's power to keep this place lit. So if you're using that as an example of the conscription wasn't evil, conscripting people from conquered lands and to send over to other places to fight for them, you're saying that's not evil because some of them did it willingly? That ain't willing. You're obeying an armed invader in order to not be shot. These days, we use Aetheryte's power to keep this place lit, though that comes at the cost of its normal function. Alright, where's Alpha now? I suppose all of us are allowed to wander around where we want. If you use that logic, a lot of things people do are unwilling. I mean, if you want, you can try to turn it into a slippery slope, but slippery slopes are almost always wrong. There's a lot that you could say are unwilling by that logic, but the logic is they're people with guns. They're enemy soldiers in your land. You don't have to extend this all over the place to try to make it look ridiculous when it is in fact not ridiculous. Did you learn anything of note? Then your findings are consistent with my own. Their plight is desperate indeed. The sick and injured are at greatest risk. Without warmth and proper nutrition, I fear they will soon perish. I don't know if it's evil since morality is subjective. It is evil. Of course it's evil. I have no problem calling something's evil. Invading someone's land, subjugating the people, oppressing them, and coercing individuals from that land to become soldiers in your army, sent forth to kill and die on yet another person's land, is evil. All of that is evil. I have no objection with calling it evil. The sick and injured are at greatest risk. Without warmth and proper nutrition, I fear they will soon perish. I realize there is precious little we can do for them at present. I cannot bear to see them suffer. This is where the whole all morality is subjective thing just falls apart. There is no morality in which that's okay. Please, will you help me tend to them? Radical patriotism? Preemptive patriotism, that's even better. Conversation with the committee and the dumbest argument gets a response, leaving anyone smart or frustrated. Oh, Jontman, I'm so sorry I responded to you. The irony is too fucking funny. Who's there? My eyes, I can't see all that well. Ah, thank you. The numbness has subsided a little. But I know I won't last much longer. You should look to the others who can still fight. Give them my ration. If me going hungry means someone else lives to see another day, so be it. At least I can still serve in that way. Yo, can we get a doctor, though? Maybe he can live, and he just doesn't realize it. The reality is that I don't really try to pick out any comments one or the other way. I just glance over, see a line, talk to it, you know? So, those you met fare no better. I was afraid you would say that. I know we were warned against meddling in their affairs, but we can't leave them like this. Perhaps we might gain permission to have the contingent deliver supplies. Quintus may have made his feelings on the matter quite clear, but even he must recognize they are not in a position to refuse help. Maybe Julius could persuade him, though. We'd need to persuade Julius first. I'm sorry, Elia. I didn't mean to stomp on you. Well, seen enough. Chat's filled with master baiters. The thing is that, you know, I like being baited. because these conversations are interesting to me. I don't object to being baited into a fun, interesting conversation. That's the best kind of bait. Well, seen enough. You can define things as evil if you reduce it into one sentence. Yeah, you're right. You're right. It's just the way that I phrase it that made conquest, oppression, conscription, murder, and genocide seem evil. If I just phrased it differently, I'd realize how good it actually was. Julius, the people here have barely enough food and fuel to survive. Have you and the other soldiers been able to procure any more supplies? We've been scavenging provisions from the nearby houses, as most families kept, some stored away in the event they were snowed in. Still, going out and getting it is dangerous work, and we've a lot of mouths to feed. Fuel is the greater concern, though. We had some ceruleum set aside until it was stolen. We haven't identified the culprit. Could have been other refugees or one of the afflicted for all we know. Either way, we're down to the last dregs. Without the heating they need, those in poor health are only going to get worse instead of better. If it's ceruleum you need, our contingent has secured a ready supply. We can have some sent over. And we all remember how we got that ceruleum supply, didn't we? We will not accept your charity. If you can hold on a little longer, the situation is sure to change. Hey, everything will change. Heard something of it, have you? Well, from what I've seen, there's little you could do to interfere, so there's no harm telling you. One of our scouts spotted a hooded man issuing instructions to the afflicted, or in the bastard's words, loyal servants of the Telophoroi. Then he made his way inside the Imperial Palace, or what stands in its place. We'd identified the seat of the enemy's power, we realized. Lord Quintus dispatched a messenger to the 10th Legion saying as much and instructing them to join forces with the provincial legions to prepare for a combined assault on the Telophoroi. Once our allies arrive, your contingent will be sent running for the hills. Then we shall reclaim the capital by our own hand. Not phrasing who, what, when, where, why, how, these define how we pursue the results. Those, in addition to, of course, phrasing. But they don't define the reality. They can shape perception, but they don't define reality. We remember Alexander the Great as the Great. A beneficent force that Hellenized the regions of whatever you want to call it, what they considered Asia at the time. But the reality is that he was someone who was responsible for hundreds of thousands, if not millions of death, razing cities, killing men, women, and children, innocents across the world. You're right that history can shape perception, but it doesn't change reality. Julius Caesar is basically the only source on his conquest of Gaul. Because he was a politician, and he was writing the journals of his conquests largely as a source of propaganda to convince the people of Rome that he was doing good stuff and should be in charge. But the fact that he's the main source of our knowledge of the history of Gaul does not mean that the reality isn't oppression, tyranny, and murder. History writes these people in good ways, maybe, but it doesn't change the reality. Same here. What the Garleans did, your original point, if I remember correctly, and if I'm confusing with someone else, I apologize, but the original point was that maybe what they did isn't evil because it's subjective. That is simply not true. Regardless of how you perceive it, regardless of how you shade it, regardless of how you phrase it, regardless of how history writes it, it is what it is. Which is essentially enslaving people to make them go kill and die on another place's land to harm another group of people. And it is evil. I have no compunction whatsoever of calling it that, no matter how you phrase, no matter how it's written in history. How do you intend to survive in the meantime? At this rate, many of your countrymen will perish long before reinforcements reach Garlemald. They need help now. Say the word, and we will bring you ceruleum. According to you. Yeah, it's true. You're right. According to me. Is that a major point that you're making? The world is also round, according to me. The sky is blue, according to me. Metric is inferior to standard measurements, according to me. Physics is subjective. I will speak with Lord Quintus. That's bait. That was bait. I apologize. Did he agree to do it? No. He will not place Garlemald in the debt of your enemies. Morality or evil is subjective? According to you. And according to me, that entire perspective is unbelievably flawed and borderline stupid. He will not place Garlemald in the debt of her enemies. I have, however, been ordered to search for ceruleum outside. As you are under my watch, you will come with me. Very well. After all, many hands make light work. What does borderline stupid mean? It means that I felt bad about saying something was dumb. It's an ad hominem, and it is not. It was not the right thing to say. I don't like using the word evil. Why not? What's wrong with a powerful word that says exactly what it means? What better word is there to condemn something that it should be condemned by everyone? If you agree with me that invading a country, kidnapping their children, giving them guns, and then sending them to another country to either kill or be killed by other innocent people is wrong, then why can we not use the good word, evil? In all ways, completely and totally contemptible and condemnable by all reasonable people. You lot are more trouble than you're worth. Once we're outside, you will follow my instructions to the letter. We depart shortly. I love these discussions. Me too. I do too. It's interesting. And to be fair, you know, I'm just one guy. Myself, you're all getting one guide. I have one perspective. It's informed by my own experiences, my own life. You know, there are going to be people that have a different perspective and different experiences, and it's no less valid. Unless, of course, they disagree with me. We will begin our search for ceruleum in Regio Urbanissima. The first location is Forum Solius, a park to the northwest of the station. You are to remain close at all times and act only as ordered. Follow me. If invading another country and taking their resources is evil, why is stopping refugees from entering your country also evil? You're right, that is good bait. Alright. Speak with Alice. Meanwhile, my friends are like, when will he finally get to the next dungeon? We're so tired of warming our hands over this fire. Too bad I don't have any input in these discussions. Oh, please. No self-deprecation. No self-deprecation. Only I am allowed to make fun of myself. The vast majority of chat isn't participating in this conversation, not because they're dumb, but because they think it's dumb. And who can blame them? You guys are never going to persuade me. I'm never going to persuade you. All we're doing is, like, circle jerking. This is the park. I'm surprised they found space for one amongst all these buildings. Actually, the recreational areas came first. The houses were later built around them. A healthy society requires communal spaces for children to play and adults to socialize. This park was named after the founding father of the empire, the great Solus Galvus. Did we come to extract ceruleum from the wrecked magitek armor? No, we've already drained it dry. Same goes for the rest of the machine in the vicinity. But as our ceruleum has been stolen, we must scour the city for every last drop. And while I don't expect to find anything here, I've decided to try one more time, in case something has been overlooked. I see. Then with your permission, we will commence the search. Search for ceruleum in Forum Soleus. Alright, there's some up there, and there's some right here. Though rather small by Garlean standards, the structure is reminiscent of a merchant's stall. He said the word. Perhaps it was built for children to play at shopkeeper. There's nothing inside resembling Magitek or any other devices that could be fueled by ceruleum. I failed. That wasn't it. Guys, I kind of disagree with... So right now there's a bunch of takes happening in chat about other takes being dumb. And I don't think that many, if any, of the things I've been discussing today are being argued with by like people who are dumb. And if it were, then that still wouldn't be a reason to condemn it. I think it's reasonable to disagree on these points. I think it's common, in fact, for people to believe that everything is morally subjective, even though I think that that position is fundamentally flawed. That doesn't mean that people espousing it are dumb or should be condemned for having the belief in the first place. It is always good. If you're trying to learn or persuade, either one, it doesn't matter which, it is better to treat your opponent's arguments with charity and to assume the best of them than the reverse. The reverse will always result in a failure to persuade and a failure to understand. It can do nothing else. But treating the argument with charity opens yourself up to persuasion and makes them more likely to be amenable to persuasion because you're not being a jerk. Also, if they are dumb, it is true. There are people in the world who are high IQ, and there are people in the world who are low IQ. And the fact that low IQ may make it more difficult for you to understand an argument is not something to condemn people for, just as having a higher IQ is not something to praise either yourself or someone else for. You were born that way. You deserve zero credit for it. You deserve zero condemnation for it. Make fun of people for what they do, not for who they are. Several points of interest are marked on the map of Forum Soleus. The pond, children's play areas. To your knowledge, however, none would require the use of ceruleum. We're finally getting an ether current, my friends. Hey, Mew. We need 2 more clicky things. I imagine the war machine probably has some ceruleum, unless it's already been drained. A cursory inspection of the wrecked Magitek armor confirms that the fuel canisters have long since been drained, as Julius said. No one deserves praise for being smart. People deserve praise when they make good decisions. People deserve praise when they make brave decisions. But why on earth would I praise someone for an accident of their birth? They didn't earn it. Praise people for doing the best they can with the resources they have. Don't praise people for the resources they have. The contraption is built in the style of Imperial war machine, armed with a battery of weapons and capable of transforming into different configurations. But on closer inspection, it appears to be no more than a children's slide. Wow. What a great way to help teach kids how to use weapons. We need some of those in our playgrounds. The only thing that would be better would be giving them actual weapons. That way, if anyone ever threatens them, they can take the appropriate response as guaranteed by the Second Amendment. Oh. Sometimes it's hard to even pretend. Oh, it's you. Any luck? There's no sign of any ceruleum. Hardly surprising, but disappointing nonetheless. I couldn't help but noticing you gazing at the pond. Is something the matter? What? Yes, I mean, no, It's just I used to bring my brother and sister here to play. The pond was heated to stop it freezing over. So like all the other children, they just had to wade in and splash about. Would have stayed there if I didn't drag them out. We'd be sopping wet when all was said and done. Every time. And every time when we'd get home, Mother would scold us, saying we'd catch our death walking around like that. This zone seems a bit depressing. Yeah, but it's okay because, like, the rest of the game spends so much effort exploring uplifting and wholesome stories that warm my heart and leave me logging off with a smile on my face and a spring in my step that this is kind of an interesting contrast that, I'm done. The pond was heated. With a ceruleum-powered heater by chance. Oh, nice. We got, so out of his sad story about his family and playing in the park with weapon toys, we found some ceruleum. Go play Pony Island Adventure. I actually love this story. It's so good. It's so gripping and engrossing. I can't walk away. That's the whole reason why we're going to be streaming school today. That's why your online friends follow you. God, I can't even imagine. How did you guys play through this without streaming it? At least I can turn away from the screen and talk to people and see someone saying something silly and funny every now and then. I suppose it must have been. Come to think of it, I remember seeing engineers changing out a tank beneath the hatch. But that was a long time ago, when the water still flowed clear and wasn't this brackish muck. We cried a lot? Oh, well, I mean, that explains it, because since I have you guys, I was able to completely avoid breaking down in tears at any juncture in this story. We can't see a thing, and I can't remember where the hatch might be. With the machinery most likely broken, the amount of filth in there is probably the only reason it hasn't frozen over. We're here to cheer you up. Thank you, Katie. And it works. I'd wager it's still unbearably cold, though. Julius, what are your thoughts on magic? The average Garlean would jump out of their skin if they saw it. but the first has a few foreign signiferi and Medici, so it doesn't scare me. Then I take it you won't mind if I employ a little now. Illyria? What happens in Whirlit stays in Whirlit. How are you gonna out me like that when we had a deal, Illyria? We had an agreement. Alphino, as you have a knack for finding dry wood, why don't you bring me some? Once that's done, a blast of Verfire should do the trick. Some Verfire. Alright, Alfie, go collect the firewood. Leave it to me. You're not planning to go in there, are you? Of course I am. That tank isn't gonna fetch itself. It's nothing so involved as extracting unprocessed ceruleum from a frozen lake like how the tappers do it. We're talking about a shallow pond in a park, and we have a way of warming ourselves up after. But that's insane. So, fancy a dip? What is this third option? Alice wants to have a competition with me again. She loves it. Last one to find a ceruleum tank is a rotten egg. Though I dare say we'll both smell like rotten eggs when this is over. Is this the third or fourth friendly competition I've had with Alice? You delve into the murky water but come up empty-handed. To add injury to insult, the icy wind on your damp clothing chills you to the bone. You better lose. Last time I lost to her was in it was outside the Crystarium. We were killing bats and collecting their fangs to teach the little boys who wanted to learn how to fight. And I lost, and she was mad. She was so mad. She's like, you weren't even trying. You let me win. That is the worst. You delve into the murky water, but come up empty-handed. To add injury to insult, the icy wind on your damp clothing chills you to the bone. Is the correct option here? It's probably the one that you're like naturally designed to be led to last. I think I've noticed this before, in fact. It seems like this game deliberately designs a path of these glowy things in order that the last one you naturally get to is the right one. It happened. You guys remember after Ishgard, we went upstairs up into the clouds, and then we had to help a guy collecting samples from around that lake. And like the last one, you see one, so you go click it, and then you can see one from there, and you go click it, and you see one from there, and that one that you couldn't see from the beginning was the right one. It's fine. It makes sense. It's kind of, it's good game design. Beneath the water, your fingers catch on what you think might be a handle. Still click them all? Yeah, I do too. I mean, I guess I could try that, skipping the queue and just run to the end. But that's when they've double baited you and it's the first one. You open the hatch and retrieve a ceruleum tank. You should see that pattern with ether currents. I haven't collected enough ether currents to identify any kind of a pattern. Imagine you could go to the last ether current and it was the only one that mattered, and it was the one that gave you flying. However, your grand discovery comes at a great personal cost as you become acutely aware of the freezing cold and a rancid odor emanating from every ilm of your body. Julius will doubtless feel compelled to pinch his nose shut when you deliver to him your prize. Oh, it's actually a dot too. That's kind of cool. I didn't let Alice win. She couldn't win. She never moved. She stood here the whole time. You found it? Humph. There must be another one around here somewhere. Ah, the fire. Did you find anything? I hope you did. Uncovering hidden treasure is an adventure's bread and butter, though one is not normally required to go elbow deep in ice-cold, stagnant pond water to retrieve it. Nevertheless, many would choose that over mowing down hordes of slavering beasts or solving annoying puzzles. That's it. And there's still some ceruleum left. The fire is still not ready. Hold on, I'll give Alphino a hand. Annoying puzzles. You mean like the statues? Call me an Uldan, because by fire I am reborn. An Alice reborn. And my clothes are mostly dry too. I appreciate you recovering the ceruleum, but I wish you'd taken the time to discuss the plan with me beforehand. Despite the way you've been treated, in Lord Quintus's eyes, you're still envoys deserving of protection. If you were to die on my watch, he would be most displeased. Envoys with shock collars. Your concern is duly noted, but all's well that ends well. Julius, you mentioned coming here with your younger siblings. Did you grow up in Garlemald? I did. Not far from here. My father was an accomplished researcher in his youth, and for his contributions to the Empire awarded an estate. We lived well. Better than many. What was Garlemald like in those days? Everything. It was everything you could imagine, and so much more. Even during the coldest winters, we always found warmth and comfort at home. Coming in from the snow, taking off your coat, sitting down for a hot meal with family. Visiting friends and relatives, receiving that same welcome, knowing they had everything they needed. Walking down the street, seeing the lights in all the houses, hearing the faint sounds of laughter and song, of happiness. And although the summers came and went all too quickly, in that brief respite the ice would melt and the forgotten grass make its triumphant return. Gray clouds gave way to blue skies. Some mornings we'd climb to the top of the tallest building we could find to watch the sunrise. Guys, I think I found the problem. The entirety of Garlemald is suffering from seasonal affective disorder. The lack of sunlight is causing them to invade other lands and oppress other peoples. Get them some vitamin D, stat! Never again. Those rooftops are rubble. Those friends dead. And those memories. But if I could reclaim even a fraction of what we once had, soon our chance will come. We just need to hold on a little longer. And that's why they're all using ceruleum as fuel. If only they can cause enough climate change, they'll be warm and have the sun. Oh, what a good plan. Alright, now that you've recovered from your escapades in the pond, there's another location I'd like to search just outside the park. That explains the Vikings. Yeah, seriously. As you can see, this place is littered with the remnants of various types of war machina. While my comrades and I have already recovered the tanks from the less damaged units, those that took a more severe beating are harder to scavenge. We decided to save those for another time. That time being now. Rather than prise them apart piece by piece, it would be quicker to remove the outer casing using compact explosives. With luck, we'll gain access to the tanks without rupturing them. The force generated by these devices is relatively weak, but I advise you to stand well clear to avoid being hit by any shrapnel. Before even bothering, though, you should check the machine's ceruleum gauge to see if there's any left. It should still provide an accurate reading, even when the unit itself is inactive. If the gauge is broken, I'll let you decide whether to use an explosive or not. If you need more, come to me. Alright, we get some bombs. Understood. Let's get to work. Love bombs. According to the ceruleum gauge, this unit's fuel tank is empty, and there's no reason to bomb it. We only send bombs if there's ceruleum to be had. I would never waste a bomb if I couldn't get some ceruleum from it. The ceruleum gauge on this unit appears to have been broken, giving you no way to determine how much fuel its tank may hold. Well, if there might be ceruleum, we may as well drill and find out. After successfully removing the war machine's outer casing and retrieving the ceruleum tank, you find it to be completely empty. Well, dagnabbit! We drilled there for nothing. Oh well, environmentally fine. Exploration is an important component in the ceruleum acquisition process. The ceruleum gauge on this unit appears to have been broken, giving you no way to determine how much fuel its tank may hold. Some more exploratory drilling needed here. Oh no, it's empty. I need some more bombs. Yeah, I need some more bombs. I have a fair amount of explosives to spare today, but tomorrow is another story. We can't afford to waste them on units with nothing to offer, so be sure to check the gauge first. Please. I'm using up tomorrow's ration of bombs. This one's empty. It's like, do you want to use a bomb? God, Skipper's in shambles here. This one's broken. Do any of them say they're full? I'm sure we'll strike while you're here. This one, I've got a good feeling about this one. We're about to get some black gold. Half full, or half empty, depending on your perspective. Either way, Julius will surely be pleased by your discovery. You guys, there's nothing like an American to be able to detect which one's gonna have black gold. I knew this one had oil. This one I ended up telling you the right one. I wouldn't be surprised, man. More explosives. Wait, is that what I think it is? Not only did this tank survive the attack that disabled the war machine in which it was installed, it also escaped the blast of your explosives unscathed. If medals for outstanding service were awarded to inanimate objects, this champion among ceruleum tanks would surely deserve one. Sounds like it was made in America. You've done it again. Truly, luck is on your side. With this, we should be able to refuel quite a few of our heaters. It's time we're headed back. Wait here while I go and see how Alice and Alpha No are faring. Wait here. Mod.
finally escaped the watchful gaze of your keepers, have we? Don't
Hi,
react.
Thancred.
You'll only draw attention to yourself. Just carry on as you are and listen.
Why are you doing this?
After you left with the Garlean lad,
I must have a
Lucia
phone.
bade a few of us scouts follow you at a discreet distance. We observed you being led into the station, but decided against venturing inside. When you emerged sometime later, and we saw that the twins were sporting Magitech collars, it was clear what had taken place. Now, as quietly as you can, tell me everything.
Is he behind me? He's right behind me.
The Legatus himself, eh? Now there's a surprise. This is also the first I've heard of a plan to join forces with the 10th and storm the Tower of Babel. An interesting development, and perhaps the opportunity we've been waiting for.
Evelyn Pearl, nope. He's right here. He's right here, whispering in my ear.
Our comrades back at the camp also received some rather promising news, but it's still too early to get our hopes up. For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them. With luck, this will all be over soon. Until then.
Thancred
They had not
murmuring
gone
sweet
far.
nothings to us.
We searched high and low, but no luck, I'm afraid. I might have guessed you'd be the only one to find anything.
Of course.
I wasn't expecting much to begin with. Eventually, there will be nothing left out here for us to safely salvage. For now, this will have to suffice. We should return to the station.
What are your thoughts on Julius? I don't have any strong
there
thoughts
you are.
about Julius.
Heard you'd gone hunting for ceruleum above ground.
Yeah, I don't have any strong thoughts. He's obeying his commanding officer. He seems fairly reasonable so far. He was almost apologizing for the shock collars, except also saying, yo, behave yourself or I'll have to use them.
Brought back a king's ransom?
Hardly. But thanks to these three, we have enough to last a little while longer.
Well, well.
You hate him?
It's
Well,
not at all as I was expecting, these ones. For savages, they seem positively docile.
everyone knows that I hate every new character.
It's a poor attempt at humor. In all honesty, I'm
It was
grateful
kinda
for
funny.
your efforts. But even with another night of warmth, there are those among us who may not live to see the morrow.
I trust your expedition was fruitful.
Lord Quintus!
Use what you procured to refuel the armor.
Not to warm everyone up?
But, sir, what about the heaters for the camp?
The time for action is upon us.
Somebody shoot this old man.
My men and I have matters to discuss. In the meantime, you are to wait here. Do not forget, you are being watched.
time for action. What did he mean by that?
I can only speculate. Clearly something requiring their magitech, given what we just heard. Whether they plan to utilize it now, or after they join with the 10th, is another question.
The kid, too.
Will they ever escape this cold? Return to and reclaim the idyllic spaces of which Eula spoke?
Finished your war, Council?
He doesn't look happy.
Alphino and Alizé are to stay here as our prisoners. They will be released once your comrades have relinquished their supplies and withdrawn from Garlean soil.
Yeah. An excellent way to treat envoys.
Until our terms are met, they will be detained at a separate location.
Remember when we said that we'd give you supplies regardless?
After everything we've said and done, this is how you treat us.
I mean, you can tell Julius is not happy.
Our allies have but limited supplies. They may stave off cold and starvation for a short while, but what then?
Time to torture the envoys. Garlean diplomacy at its best.
For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them.
Get them out of here.
Hey, Sophia. Hope you're having a good day. He doesn't seem happy. No, I think he's very displeased with his current orders. As well he should be, because he's being commanded by an ancient, stiff-necked, prejudiced old boomer who needs to be put down. Alphino and Alizé will be fine, provided they do not resist. $37, you guys have to stop. You have to stop. You will accompany me back to your camp, while I will meet with your leader and present Lord Quintus's demands. Before we depart, however, there's something I would ask of you. Assuming your contingent complies, the supplies they surrender will need to be transported here. That task falls to Legionaries Marcellinus and Octavia, who will pilot Magitech armor to your headquarters. You are to inform them that we are leaving shortly. Wasn't Marcellinus the one who was like too weak to punch me and wanted to kill me if only he felt better? Tell them... Oh. Tell them to ask the eel for further details. In those words. Once you've seen to that, meet me by the exit. Yo, are we engaged in some covert shenanigans of some kind? You guys not have coats? you again. Ask the eel, he said. Heh, heh, heh. So, that's to be the way of it. After all this. How ironic that you should be the one to deliver the news. If those are my orders, then so be it. For the glory of Garlemald. Monka? And he's that guy, Marcellinus, he's Twitch chat. He's actually over there KEKWing and pointing at me, streamer is unaware, before something important happens. He's actually Twitch chat. Oh my goodness. What do you want with me? Ask the eel. So, Lord Quintus has reached a decision. I knew he would understand, that he would recognize the savage is a ruthless, merciless creature, and to defeat him we too must be uncompromising. I wonder what he is up to. I am ready. In the name of Emperor Varys, for the glory of Garlemald, I will fulfill my duty. Okay. I think ask the eel means that it's code, right? It's code for we are about to unexpectedly come into a surplus of material and will need helping hands to transport it to our home in peace through the goodwill of our neighbors. That's what I think it means. And they're just really excited about all the food and ceruleum and warmth they're going to be getting, the medicine, the trained medical personnel. Have you done as instructed? Duty is rarely a simple thing. We have been given additional orders, though whether we will be required to follow them depends entirely on your contingent. You and I are in this together now. Like it or not, we have to cooperate. There's one other matter, a place I'd like to visit on the way to your camp. It's a short walk from here. Follow me. How are you holding so far? So far, I'm really enjoying the story of our Garlemaldian zone. Obviously, a people who have been as thoroughly oppressed by their evil government as this one is going to have tragedies occurring. Still enjoying? Yeah, I'm enjoying the story. An automated death machine. Time to fight the death machine. It's dead. Eulis lingers by the ruins, reluctant to leave and reluctant to stay, unable to move on. I wonder if he's feeling conflict over orders that he considers potentially to not be correct. Guys, why is chat being so weird? Having automated death machines
This is
just
my
part
home.
of...
Our home.
It's just part of protecting your society. In fact, in the United States, we have the right to keep and bear automated death machines as part of our national constitutional rights. Are you guys not conversant with fundamental human rights? Automated death machines are unbelievably important, not only to defend your home against invaders and defend your country as part of a well-regulated militia, but also for squirrel hunting.
At least it was, until that night. I was with Lord Quintus when the capital fell, and thus spared. My family, who did not own a radio, were less fortunate.
I don't know about this magic radio bit.
When dawn came, I made my way here. My parents, my little brother and sister, they were still inside.
Sorry, brother.
But they weren't themselves, and they tried to. And I had to.
I'm sorry, brother.
I'd promised to take them away from the capital that very morning, to somewhere safe, to hide until the fighting stopped. I promised.
That's why you need to be on our side. We'll kill the evil sumbitches that are doing
Garlean
this to
flag bears a chain. The bonds between our countrymen.
Or a joke by Emmet, who created your government for the purpose of oppression and chaos and torture. He could be making fun of you with that chain. Y'all are slaves to him.
A red link at its center. The blood of the fallen. Our loved ones who lived and died for Garlemald. But if she too fell, who would be left to remember them and their sacrifice? What enduring proof would there be that they were ever here? If we had turned to your gods, would they have saved us?
Nope. But if you turn to us, we will. Keep your faith. Trust in people.
Sorry, forget I spoke. We should go.
It's no use. Believe me, I do not enjoy being here any more than you. But he wanted us to play along, so that is what we will do.
They trust me. Aww. Come on, Alfie, move a little.
It's so cold. Painfully so. Unbearably.
I've been thinking about what Quintus said. About why no one would accept Garlean rule. Irreconcilable differences. When coexistence isn't an option, only conquest remains. Varys at Gimlet said much the same. Only by uniting the world beneath a single standard would we rid ourselves of the Ascians. United as one people, one race cleansed of imperfections. A cold and unforgiving vision. And when we fail to live up to their standards, what place is there for us in their world? But the truly sad, truly frustrating thing is how damnably similar it all is to the lofty ideals of Father and the Forum. Non-intervention. Always non-intervention. Protect our knowledge and our people, and to hells with the rest of you. And yet, I can see how it happened. Varys and Father looked to their elders for guidance and took their virtues as their own. But for this world was of their making. In who else could they place their trust? All of us lost in a sea of chaos, searching desperately for purpose and meaning. But it shouldn't just be an extension of another's.
Yes.
It has to be ours. It has to be.
Exactly. And that's the answer to our previous question. How can you know better when you're being taught bad stuff by old people? Think for yourself. Be curious. Expose yourselves to lots of different viewpoints with openness and willingness to listen and willingness to consider that you might be wrong.
We all have a stake in this world. No one should be silenced.
I won't deny that we lack the experience of people such as Father or Quintus. Perhaps they've come to see the world as a series of problems, and the most efficient way of solving them, to reduce everything to fundamental forms. A stone is a stone, a cloud, a flower, no more than that. Simple descriptions that strip the subject of distinguishing characteristics. A man is a man, divided according to race, creed, or allegiance, and to some, defined by such associations.
Is that what you think?
In my misbegotten youth. But what I believed wisdom was no more than aggressive ignorance. I've since learned to look beyond the banners and the politics. To see people as individuals with their own hopes and dreams. As for my dream of building a better world, well, every day I'm reminded that it is far more complex than I had ever imagined. But it only spurs me onward, to find the wisdom and the strength to see it through to the very end.
What a good scene that was.
All of our supplies and an immediate withdrawal. These are your conditions?
Demands. And you forgot about the airship. Once again, you will leave one behind. It will be used to return the prisoners. Their collars will be removed prior to the exchange.
So in the end, not even Father's expertly worded rhetoric could deter you from your chosen course.
Huh?
Not that I thought for a moment that it would. I've no love for violence, of course, but ours is a cause worth fighting for. I just wish he'd realize it too. Sometimes the only way to protect the ones you love is to take a stand, to refuse to suffer in silence. I want you to know I share your conviction. Whether it be on the battlefield or in the debating chamber, I won't back down. I guess what I'm saying is...
You've found your own reason to fight.
Yes. Yes, I have. God's willing, there will come a day when we can finally lay down our arms, and there will be peace.
Thanks.
But not until the Telophoroi have been defeated once and for all. And you, brother, will have a vital part to play. By your words and deeds, you'll lead the way.
I pray I am up to the task.
There'll always be naysayers. Those who think us fools for even trying. It's easy for learned elites to criticize earnest efforts and assert their moral superiority, all without offering alternatives.
She's talking about us right now. All of us.
Not that their sophistry has ever wounded you. So stubborn and strong. Stronger than you even know. Don't ever change, you hear me? If you stumble, I'll be there to catch you. Or give you a thick ear. Maybe both, for good measure.
Thank you, Alice.
Hello, it's Uncle Estinian. If you two are done mewling, I believe it's time to leave.
The scouts have secured Alizé and Alphino. Their collars were removed without complication as well. They report no casualties, not for their party nor the guards, who will wake from their premature slumber in due course.
He's getting better at disarming?
It would appear the situation has changed. I propose new terms. We have information that will be of great interest to Lord Quintus, and I wish to speak with him in person.
Don't do it.
No. In the event you rejected our first proposal, we came prepared with a second.
Don't do it.
Ambush!
Curse this sudden and unexpected occurrence.
More are coming! Make ready!
This is brand new information.
We, the loyal soldiers of the First Legion, proud servants of Garlemald, of the fallen Emperor Varys, shall safeguard these lands from the barbarian hordes until our countrymen return!
Stop! Both of you!
How
This
did you do that? You
child
can't
may be the
even
worst
see.
emissary I've ever seen.
Bro. He doesn't even believe what he's saying is the problem.
We received an urgent communication from the Grand Company of Eorzea. Envoys from the Imperial Army, led by members of the 10th Legion, came to Alamigo and requested an audience. They explained that their efforts to coordinate the reclamation of the capital with the aid of the 4th, 5th, 8th, and 12th had ended in failure. Communication between most legions has broken down entirely. Most of the 10th's conscripts have deserted, leaving their forces severely depleted. That is why, unable to continue the fight on their own, they and their allies turned to the Grand Company of Eorzea for aid.
Lies! Every word!
It is the truth, and I have not finished. The 10th has requested that we deliver a message to Lord Quintus. Have the ill stand down.
Oh, shit. Magic code word.
You have been listening, my lord? What are your orders?
Inform her that we will honor the 10th's decision. Bereft of hope, and now dignity.
But, you know, alive.
I release you from your duty. All of you.
Holy shit, military service has ended. Freedom!
I take solace, your radiance, in the knowledge you are not here to witness our debasement. 'Twas a grand, glorious dream we shared. Of a world united, of peace and prosperity. We are ghosts, you and I, memories of days gone by. Bonds forged in blood that I will not see tarnished.
Yes. If you can't change, just do it. This is how change happens. The old fuckers die. It'd be even better if you could, you know, accept change. But if you're just gonna stand in its way,
Quickly! We have to reach the station before it's too late.
concern? What do you mean? What he's got right there is one of the seeds of freedom, and he's about to sow it in fertile ground.
If there is still a chance that Quintus will agree to a truce, we must take it.
I just hope we get there before he and his men do something rash.
Finally, one good decision. Remember when he said someone should shoot this guy? Hey, I'm proud of him. Most brutal take I've heard. That guy is a major obstacle to the change this world needs. I'm glad he's gone. I don't particularly care who the fuck shoots him. I'm just glad somebody did. Would it be better if we had shot him? That'd be fine too. That guy believed with his whole heart and his whole mind that peace between different people is impossible. He had to go. And frankly, what he did right there is save me the trouble. I'm okay with it. Much and more has occurred since last we met. As for determining what comes next, we must speak with Lord Quintus. No, like I said earlier, remember, we need to know who Lord Quintus's second in command is. And here's hoping it's Euless. I've been wondering for a little while who his second command was. Before we proceed, tell me what you know of the First Legion and the disposition of their forces. They were preparing for war while the refugees in their care were left to go hungry. A reckless, short-sighted plan that risks the welfare of the people they're sworn to protect. True, but no longer a problem. Nevertheless, we cannot compel them to accept our aid. If we were to arrive in force with the intent to do so, we would only incite panic. But perhaps they can be persuaded to follow one of their own. Go with Julius back to the station and have him lead the refugees here. Some may be unwilling or unable to leave, but for the time being, I'll take what I can get. Alphino, Alice, and the scout sent to extricate them should already be at the station. I'll also have our other comrades in the area lend their support should it be needed. Understood. I feel bad that he's been warped to the point where he'd rather die than change. I agree it would be even better if he was willing to change. I agree with that. Of course that would be better. But he isn't. He's made that very clear. And if he's gonna be in the way, then it's better that he, you know, not be in the way. It's been a while since I said thank you, Zebra Whale, Laud 4, Red 5. Thank you all so much for the subs. I really appreciate it. Shinobi Jones with 3 months. Thank you so much for hanging out and still enjoying the stream. Leaf with a gifted sub to Dave Chop. No one more deserving. Thank you, my friend. Cheswick, 7 months of hanging out. How you doing, my friend? LeChuck, thank you for the sub. Daniel Reeder, Benelin, thank you very much for the support. Lobster Motel, thank you for the 2 months. I'm glad you're still enjoying the stream, as is Darkman with 2 months. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate it. I missed Jane. My friend Skrika, 4 hours ago, subbed for the 42nd month in a row. We're getting close to that 4 years hanging out together, and I'm very, very grateful. What's next? Quintus is alive? Yeah, only one bullet. Guys, these attempts in chat aren't even worth responding to. Thank you for the offer. I'm just gonna walk though. Actually, no, I'm not. You're right, it's a long way. These attempts aren't even worth responding to. If he would rather kill himself than change, that's on him. I support everyone's right to end their life whenever they desire to. He was suffering from an extraordinarily painful and excruciating case of old, racist, and xenophobic. And I support his right to end his life peacefully and gracefully at a time of his choosing, in a manner of his choosing, in a place of his choosing. As I would support a similar right by any other old, prejudiced, racist, anywhere else on the planet, if this were in fact based on real life, which of course is not, it's fantasy. Thank you, Risea. I appreciate it. Robin and Euless. We arrived just before you did, and it was too late. Too late for what? What's happened? We should never support suicide? I don't advocate for anyone to commit suicide. I myself would encourage anyone who suffers from suicidal ideation to seek help from friends, family, and resources available to you. But I do, in fact, support people's right to end their lives whenever they want. That is true. This is not bait. This is real. It's my life. It's your life. If you come to me and you tell me, bro, I'm suffering, I feel like the only way to end my suffering is to kill myself, I'm going to talk to you. I'm going to try to get you help. I'm going to do my very best to get you into therapy and do whatever I can to prevent that. But in the final reckoning, it is your choice. What if the pain is physical and unbearing? It is your choice. It is your choice. Regardless of the pain, regardless of what kind of pain it is, regardless of how that pain is, it is your choice. And I will always do my best to do anything I can to help you live. But it is your choice. It was that man's choice. His choice has nothing to do with the fact that I think he's an asshole. I do think he's an asshole. Still his choice. One of my housemates killed themselves in November of 2021. I'm extremely sorry to hear that. That's like, and I am sorry for your loss, and I'm sorry for the grief that you suffered. I am. And I wish that your housemate had been able to get help and find hope and realize that that wasn't the right thing for him to do for himself. But again, ultimately, it was his choice. In a perfect world, no one would ever feel that despair. In a perfect world, no one would ever feel the pain that leads people to do this. And we should do everything we can to make that world a reality. But it is my body. It is my life. It is my agency. It is my decisions. And they're yours too. Things can trigger people. This conversation can trigger me, but it's an important conversation. It's an important conversation that I'm willing to have. But yeah, I have said what I mean to say. I've said it in firm words. I have been clear. I would gladly kill Quintus myself. So would I, as Robin. I don't know if I would do it as me. As Robin, I'm a badass, but as me, I'm a fucking random dude that sits in a chair and plays video game all day. Like, I don't know that I would kill a damn thing. When my dad used to make me go deer hunting, I would sit out in the woods for 8 hours and not shoot anything. So I'm not going to say that I would have happily shot Quintus. I probably wouldn't have. But as Robin, I would have gladly killed him. Because he was in the way of peace. He was actively making the world worse. He was actively preventing the world from being able to change for the better. Not my streamer. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not gonna. I can't do my bits at this exact moment. The conversation is too serious. Stop. I disagree with you, Lord Gauls. You are the one guy. The fact that this story is so well told and deals with such serious issues with such sensitivity and depth is a reason to celebrate the conversations that it can provoke. Not to demand that the streamers start clicking fucking boxes because moving forward is the only thing worthwhile to do in the game. No, my dude. It's not about the clicking the boxes. It's about the story. It's about the questions it raises. It's about the emotions it evokes. All you one guyers are the one guy. These conversations are good and important. Maybe you guys, and this too could be a result of different perspectives from different places and different experiences. But I believe pretty firmly that sometimes the only way for change to happen is for the old fucks who perpetuated that change to die. Sometimes change only happens when we wait for them to die. We've experienced that in America. We have experienced that. I went to school in rural Missouri. There were around 19 people in my class. And as many jokes as we make about how fucking old I am, it was the year 2000. Sure, 2 decades ago. Jeeth is old. It was the year 2000 when Matthew, in my class, said the words, "I don't have anything against black people. I just think they should stay with their own kind." This is real. His parents told him that in this millennia. And things can't get better until they die. I'm not gonna kill him. I haven't. Like I said, I sit in my chair. And I would grieve for Matthew. If his parents killed themselves, I would. But the world would be better off with them gone. Unless they can change, which most people can't. There it is. The end of my conversation about a man, Lord Quintus, whom I will not mourn. Because the world is better off without him. It's Lord Quintus. He took his own life. After the news about the 10th, he relieved us of our duties, and then, when he was alone... No, he wouldn't. Dancred and the others, assisted by the soldiers, have seen to the remains. It was a classmate who said it, not his parents. Yeah, but where did he learn it, Miss Bungle? Where did he learn it? In due course shall the legatus be afforded a proper burial. He released us from our duty. He wanted us to be free, free to choose our own fate. Without him to guide us, see, this is great! Good for him. His last act, as weird and macabre as it sounds, his last act was one that was empowering and freedom increasing for his people. Let's go. I have just this moment spoken with Lucia. We are ready to commence the transfer of the refugees here to Camp Broken Glass, should they be willing to accept our aid. Some would rather die, but most of us just want to live. Songs and standards be damned, we just want to live. Let us help you. We will help you live. We'll need to speak with the refugees. They'll have to decide for themselves if they wish to come with us. If anyone prefer to stay, we can have supplies brought over for them. It'll be a hard journey for the others, but we'll see they reach our camp safely. Talking about racism is taboo. Talking about racism is taboo here as well, because it makes people uncomfortable. And it's probably taboo on Twitch because it's so easy to clip out of context, right? I said a sentence there, and you can make a director's cut that's going to make me look as bad as someone can look. But I will not flinch away from this conversation because it's important. All of them were. All of the conversations we just had, we just discussed a lot of stuff. And they were all important conversations. And they were all prompted by this storyline. All right, let's go speak with Sabianus. Sabianus? Stomp. Stomp. What level are we? 83. When this quest gets one more level up, I'm gonna swap to my Dragoon. Maybe it's already time to swap to Dragoon. He's no longer super far ahead. Summoner got 2 free levels from this, right? So that's pretty good. I think it's time to go back. I don't want to accidentally fall behind. Sorry, team. A little bit of dying's. Give me a moment. Alright, some drink, some water. I love your Dragoon Glam. Thank you. Me too. It's so good. It's like some tired and weathered clothing that he's been adventuring for a long time. But it's okay, because he's got flowers in his hair and a pink cape. It's nice. It was only ever a dream, wasn't it? To think we could reclaim it and rebuild it all ourselves. Before this all began, I sent my wife and daughter away to the provinces. If there's a chance I might see them again, I'll take it. So take me with you, please. Yes. This music, my friends. Well, got the Aetheryte sorted in the end. All it took was a few adjustments, and now it works as well as it ever did. From what I can tell... Oh my goodness, that vocal line. I will never be able to hear this music for the rest of my life without it hitting me. Because of a couple of days ago. From what I can tell, the one in Laturum is functioning as normal. That's where you lot are staying, isn't it? Now that most of us are packing up and leaving this place, I reckon there'll be more use for me and my skills over at your camp. Alright guys, finally, we've been blue-balled at 2 different Aetherites today, both here and in Razatan. Now we've got that off our chest. Flavius, we're gonna take you to get some medicine. You're gonna make it. It's you, the one who treated me with such kindness. It's you, the one who was like, give the supplies to my friends that they may live. I heard from the others you're not from around here. I thought you were one of us. Not that it makes much difference now. Purebloods, migrants, savages. After a while, the words start to lose meaning until all you're left with is anger and fear and hate, and I'm too tired. If you and yours have come to offer aid, I'd be glad to accept. Hell yes, my brother. You deserve to live. We're gonna get you some medicine and some food. Hey Lantern, thank you for the kind words. We have much to discuss. Our rescue, the attack on Camp Broken Glass, what we'd hoped to talk about with Quintus. But all of that can wait. More urgent matters demand our attention. Are any of the refugees willing to come to our camp? Yes. Thank the 12. Thank the 12. You and I should go first and secure the route back to Camp Broken Glass. With all the creatures and tempered skulking about, I expect we'll have our hands full. This should come in handy. Conqueror's Chain, courtesy of our Laminsan friends. I'd save it for the tempered, though. I'll mark a few points that need surveying on your map. Once you've taken care of the riffraff, we'll meet back at camp. How many screenshots do you have? I don't know, hundreds, probably. Many. I don't know, I love taking pictures with people as we go through this journey. I like it. Is Robin still gender fluid? Of course Robin's gender fluid. Pride Month isn't over. We're still proud. Which screenshots didn't do the click noise. I agree with you for the sake of taking screenshots without messing up cutscenes, but I disagree with you solely from my streamer perspective, which is that it's sometimes really funny to make this, like, the screenshot effect is a comedic thing in the stream, you know? You know, you're kind of on it. Holy shit, what am I playing? Yeah, I have to actually push buttons. Oh no. Like what do I push next? Summoner turns your brain off. I mean, I'm enjoying Summoner. Granted, I haven't played it a lot, but I think it's pretty fun. Oh. We're not killing them, that's right. Ah! He's gone! Shoot, I failed! What happened to him? Did he fade away? Is he... I don't know. Alright, we did it. That was kind of hard. Kill him? No, we're helping the Garlemaldians. We're gonna cure him with a flying pig. Appreciate you haven't shied away from stating your opinions. Makes for great thinking, and I appreciate both the game for being so good that it delves into and explores these topics, and I have to also commend everyone in the chat for being willing and able to participate in hard conversations about hard topics with charity and grace toward one another's opinions, even when we disagree. Good job, everyone. You see no threats on the path ahead. I haven't in a while. Let me say thank you to some people. Where did we stop? We stopped with Zebra Whale, thank you for the sub. Laud4S with 10 gifted subs. Thank you so unbelievably much for the incredible support. I'm very grateful. that you guys are willing to spend your hard-earned money to buy my groceries so that I can cry in your ears about Werlet. Howdle, the Turtle Bar, Malachi, and Pippi Ulub. Thank you so much for the subs. I really appreciate it. Stephanie and Evolution, thank you as well for the Prime subs. I'm very grateful for the support. It's so gratifying to know that my tears, my pain, and my emotional suffering is sufficiently entertaining to be worth supporting. Thank you, thank you. Oh, donate. You don't have, no one should feel obliged to. Just hanging out makes me happy. I'm glad you're all here regardless. No camera. For a long time I haven't used a camera because I live with my two daughters. They are 14 and 9. And one of the biggest boons of me living here with my two daughters and me homeschooling them is that they can come in here whenever they want and say, hey, you know, make me a sandwich, or let's go play, or I have a question, or whatever it is. Greatest benefit of streaming instead of working in an office like I used to. And I would rather than them not feel weird about it, yeah? Sometimes people on the internet get weird about seeing little girls. And sometimes teenage girls don't want to be seen on camera. And I value their freedom to come into my office whenever they want over me having a camera. That said, they are going back to school in the fall. For the last 2 years I homeschooled in an attempt to prevent them from ever being infected with COVID. I got omega outplayed. And now they've both been vaccinated several times. COVID has become a fact of life. They want to go back to school, and I will of course allow them to go back to school. How do you find time to teach them when you're streaming 14 hours a day? It's summer vacation, my friend. Also, I still spend hours with them every day. I'm not streaming 14 hours a day. That's the best answer. I'm streaming on average 12 hours a day. Ah, there you are. As expected, I ran into a few beasts who went down without much of a fight. The tempered proved somewhat troublesome, but those chains should keep them under control until allies take them into custody. With that taken care of, I'm to gather a few supplies and return to the station. When you're done streaming, it's like 3. Usually, I stop streaming around 5 or 6 in the evening my time, which is exactly when the majority of people stop working, right? The main difference is that I start a lot earlier, and sometimes I'll go later if I want to, and that I'm here in the house with them all the time. So it's good. Do they ever watch your stream? Nope. They think I'm super boring. With that taken care of, I'm to gather a few supplies and return to the station. That was a little joke. They don't actually think that. They'd be mad if they heard me say that. While I see to that, would you mind apprising Lucia of our progress? As it happens, I have some rather pertinent information from our recent scouting forays, but I'll save that for later. First things first, and all that. All kids think their parents are boring. Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure a lot of the time I am. That's fine. They're independent young people, and I largely let them do whatever the heck they want to, so long as it does not endanger their safety. Don't understand how you manage to eat when you're streaming. I eat in the evening after I'm done streaming. Ah, Robin. I was informed of Quintus's suicide. It must have come as a great shock to his men. Last night, in fact, to celebrate the acquisition of our 2 new kitties, I went and we got carryout from the nicest restaurant in town. And Ainsley had the lamb, and Gwendolyn had a steak, and I had a dozen oysters. That was just yesterday. It was good. It was really good. What of the refugees? I'm told some were receptive to our proposal, but I would hear your first-hand account. That so many did not hesitate to accept proves how desperate their situation has become. We'll do our best to make them feel welcome. The troops who participated in the ambush are no exception. They'll be afforded the same treatment as any other refugees, perfidy notwithstanding. After all, even if I wanted to make an example of them, there's no one left to learn from it. Do you have ether sickness from bad shellfish? I actually did laugh at that line because shellfish are probably my favorite food in the world. Fruit, shellfish, and fish. I love them all. Apples, oysters, lobster. We will tell our allies that these soldiers were acting under the direct orders of their legatus, and that following his suicide, they offered a full and unconditional surrender. Favorite fruit? Favorite fruit is apples. I love apples. Perhaps Quintus thought that had he lived, he would be tried as a war criminal, and his men punished with him. Perhaps by taking his own life, he hoped to absolve them of any culpability. Or perhaps, like too many others, he was a true believer to the end. Who can say, I don't know the man, or his heart. His reasons, noble or otherwise, died with him, and it falls to us to clean up the mess. You have a military background? No, I do not. Wedding day for my sister. SWAT Omega, have a wonderful day. I wish your sister, of course, the very best of luck. I hope you have an awesome time. Congratulations to her. I assume you are curious about how matters have progressed here in your absence, quite well as it happens. Now that we've procured ceruleum from Tapper's Den, the recently repaired heaters can provide much needed warmth. Furthermore, we've prepared sufficient food for everyone. Those from Tertium shall find a hot meal waiting upon their arrival. There's one for you, so go ahead and get some well-earned rest. I believe we're capable of wielding a ladle or two without your assistance. On your way, might I ask you to seek out Stola? She was but recently attended to the wounded, but she's meant to be taking a rest herself. See that she is. You know, it almost looks like the turtle is her pet instead of mine. Yes, I've been taking proper breaks and imbibing sufficient water. That's a good reminder. Okay, I have imbibed a bottle of water. But what of the Warrior of Light? You and the twins have an established history of reckless disregard for your own well-being. We're all fortunate that none of you landed yourselves in my care. I've already quite enough to deal with between the tempered and the firsts wounded. Alas, though I can mend their bodies, the toll their experiences have taken on their hearts and mind is another matter altogether. A whole bottle? I'd already drunk some of it. Besides, it's only a pint of water. 16.9 fluid ounces. Now that's a number that I can get on board with. That's a good number. What's that in metric? How would I know? This bottle of water was made in America. It doesn't have any of your European numbers on it. I mean, it actually does. Half a liter. Though I commend their bodies, the toll their experiences have taken on their hearts and minds is another matter altogether. But which would you rather drink, guys? 0.5 liters or 16.9 fluid ounces, which, if I may remind you, is the same as 169. For their sakes, we mustn't waver, but nor must we rush ahead in eagerness to see the day one, and in so doing, invite disaster. Upon settling down for supper, several cutscenes will play in sequence. Are you guys ready? It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. European, the whole world uses metric? Yeah, but Europeans also colonized the entire world. We can't blame that on anything other than an accident of history and your aggressive tendencies. You say that like it's a virtue. Let's settle down for a restless supper. America is Europe's child, and do you love your children?
Is that all of them?
The last of those who agreed to join us, yes.
We left heaters and provisions for those who wish to stay behind. They won't last forever, but hopefully they'll last long enough.
Look at us doing the good things.
For now, I think everyone's earned a rest. We'll see to those in need of medical attention, so take the others with you and get yourselves some hot soup.
Three countries of Europe, my dude? Way more than 3. I'm just a dumb American, didn't get no education, but I know more than 3 countries in Europe had colonies. Euless?
Worms. At last.
Marvelous, isn't it? All thanks to the resourceful machinists of Ishgard, I might add. On their behalf, I bid you warm yourself to your heart's content.
Hold on. Your people might have scribbled a few things on a piece of parchment, but it was our Leminson Smiths that put the bloody things together.
Well, be that as it may, we single-handedly got the interior heating up and running again, didn't we?
The hells you did! We were there every step of the way.
Oh look, it's a North American and a European arguing.
We? You barely raised a finger to help, you ale-sodden reprobate.
I did a damn sight more than you, you lily-livered bilge rat.
Take that back! Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
Here. At ease, man. There's nothing funny in it. I'm from Alamigo, but was a conscript until recently. Used to eat this with the officers.
Apparently, it's adapted from a steppe recipe. This is my first time trying it, and I have to say, it's not half bad.
Mmm. It's a bit too flavorful for my liking.
I, too, hate flavor.
Perhaps compared to what you're used to.
It's the little things that make life worth living, don't you think?
Yeah, that's super true. Or the things that you think are little but aren't. Your family, your friends. Sunsets. Walks. Why do I think they're all little? We're tone deaf. I don't think it's tone deaf at all. This man's been dealing with the big things and they've done nothing but make his life a misery.
I know this is not a dream, and yet... I felt the same way at the Dragon Song War's end. Every morning I would step outside and need to be reminded that it wasn't my imagination, that my world had been forever changed.
Yeah. Don't have to wake up in fear.
And just as I had grown accustomed to the idea, again you change my world in ways I never thought possible. Were it not for you and your fellow scions, the rift between man and dragon and myriad tribes might never have been bridged. The Grand Company of Eorzea, the Ilsabard contingent, we owe it all to you.
I mean, Robin just kind of does what
We've
he's
shed
told.
many tears in recent days,
Thank you.
of pain and sorrow, triumph and joy. I much prefer the latter. I'm honored to fight by your side. As an Eorzean and Garlean both, I shall do all in my power to bring my peoples together.
Amen. Different people can get along. Can share soup. Can have coffee together.
It is a remarkable achievement. Everything that I and the Populares had hoped for, and more.
Would that it had come sooner.
Indeed. Too many are not here to see it. And yet, there is a warmth in my breast, as if they still share in this moment.
Yes, I know what you mean.
Amen, sit in front of the atheist girlian. What she's talking about is my religion. When I say amen, I mean amen, brother and sister. Overcome our differences and seek joy in the little things together.
On a night like tonight, the wind and cold seem to pass me by.
American amen? No. I'm not doing the bit right now. It's not an American amen. It's a person amen. I think the blue flower means we did good. Uh-oh. Magic radio.
On behalf of the Gallian Empire, thank you for inviting me today.
Huh.
What? Emperor Varys?
Quick, somebody give him a dragon scale.
They are being tempered. The talismans. Quickly!
Save me, brave hero! Ahem. My lord has requested your presence, and I would hate to disappoint him.
Oh. Yoink? Well, shit.